Strap in because Mecum is full throttle on our final day in Fort Worth, Texas. Another gorgeous fall afternoon, low 70s and sunshine, but inside Dickies Arena, some pristine machines take the spotlight. Oh, it's going to be a big Saturday. So great to have you with us, everybody. Welcome in. I'm Danielle, Trotta. 6 hours of live coverage here on ESPN+. We need every second of that to show you everything we have in store, including 55 Corvettes, 20 Camaros, 10 Porsches, a lot of Mopar, and some Vipers as well, which is right up Chris Jacobs' alley. CJ, I know you're waiting for that. What else has caught your eye so far?
Oh, definitely this one, Danielle, 1963 split window Corvette, done beautifully in tuxedo black, and it is rare indeed. Why? It's a Z06. That makes it one of only 199 made in 1963. It's also an N03. That's the big tank. That's also very rare, one of only 63 N03s made in 1963. And you want some icing on this automotive cake? Well, it's also got the very rare P48 cast aluminum Kelsey Hayes knocked off wheels. It's going across the block later today. Rutledge Wood, what do you got?
You know, Chris, it is NASCAR Championship Weekend in Phoenix, and I've got a little piece of NASCAR history right here. Take a look at this 1999 Pontiac Trans Am that is not only a 30th anniversary, it's also the Daytona 500 Pace Car Edition. It's got those beautiful translucent blue wheels. This one is LS powered. It is a 6-speed, one of only 1,600 they produced that year for this pace car, but beautiful white leather interior. Only 47 miles on this beauty. Someone's going to get a piece of this history coming up later today.
Yeah, Rut, thanks. No Fords are competing in championship weekend out there in Phoenix, but we've got 2 Ford GTs you've got to see from 2006. One is going at no reserve. Bill Stevens, Scott Hoke, I know that perks your ears up. So much going across the block today. Can't wait to get started.
Well, absolutely right you are, Danielle Trotta. Hi, everybody. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth just above the red carpet. And it is Saturday, and that always means a big day when we talk about a Mecum auction, but in particular, Dallas-Fort Worth, because it's one of the upper-tier Mecum events, and by the time the dust settles later in the day today, you can expect that top 10 board to be littered with six-figure vehicles today.
Well, I'm so glad that Danielle mentioned those 4 GTs. We actually have 2 4 GTs from Ford and a beautiful replica Ford GT as well. It's going to be like Ford versus Ferrari Chapter 2 here. A little bit. We've got 4 Ferraris coming through today as well. So it's going to be Ford versus Ferrari 2.0.
Let's talk about 1970, the pinnacle year of the original muscle car era. Tell me about one we have from that year today.
From Ford. What a rare car. It's a 1970 Ford Torino Twister Special, one of those special promotional cars that they did out in Kansas City. One of 90 right here, one of only 30 with a 4-speed transmission. And there you see the 429 cubic inch Cobra Jet V8, 375 horsepower, because it is a 4-speed. If you had the automatic, it'd be 370 horsepower. A little extra sauce right there. 350 traction lock rear end, power steering and brake shaker hood, and of course those beautiful Magnum 500 wheels. We'll twist and shout later today here in Fort Worth.
Well, Brother Bill, that one is indeed coming up, yes. But let us start in pickup truck land. Shall we? How appropriate is that for us here in Dallas-Fort Worth? It is, and at the end of that legendary glamour era as well, in 1972, C10 Cheyenne.
And this one is not stock by any stretch. We've seen stock, restored, customized, and full customized pickups so far. And this one's got a 383 stroker in it with an automatic transmission and freshly restored. They slammed it down. And other extras include tubular A-arms underneath. They put front disc brakes on this and a retro sound, Bluetooth audio. There you see that 383 stroker. And beautifully prepared, finished, and ready for a new owner.
Bill, check out that green houndstooth inlay there on the seats. This one is a really nice color combo because when you take a step back, you can actually see how the darker green up top on the roof mixes with that lighter green. Really nice. We haven't seen a lot of color combos like that here this weekend, but again, it's all about the stance for me about this truck. You see that nice deep dish on the rear wheels there, a little less offset up front, but boy, this one is sharp, guys.
Well, a couple things I always say. You find the right paint and the right wheels, and you are almost to the finish line with these pickup trucks. Also, the creativity in the paint sometimes is just as impressive as the powertrains. And this truck right here kind of touches all the bases.
By the way, Rutledge, welcome back.
Oh, thank you so much.
We missed you desperately yesterday.
Oh, I missed you guys. I missed you guys. Nice to be home to go support my daughter, though. This was great.
How was senior night?
Fantastic. I'm pretty good at walking, so I walked across the field with her. We had a great time.
Across the field, that's not very far, dude.
Well, this might surprise you. I didn't spend a lot of time on the football field in high school.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I know. You'd think a guy like me.
Yes.
Hey, Scott.
Yeah.
Is that really him or AI?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
Guys, I just do want to point out here, this truck has a 383, right? This is not an LS-powered truck.
No.
We see that so often. Really, the LS, for folks that maybe don't know, it's really just the modern 350, essentially, to what everybody drops in. But these numbers are showing you can still build a more kind of classic truck that's still set up for the streets, great power, but you don't have to have the newest of everything to still get good money.
Yeah, great power in that 383. That'll get you a lot of RPM, a lot of torque. It's a 350 with a 400 crank, and we'll see some LS trucks too. Rutledge coming up. You can bet on that.
Well, $41,000. That's a good gavel price for our opening pickup truck of the day today. And so that is staring new ownership straight ahead. Okay, here is a 1967 E-Type Jaguar Series 1.
Yeah, the other end of the performance spectrum here, from a 383 stroker and a pickup to an original 1967 E-Type with that 4.2-liter inline six with 265 horsepower. Oh, that is a piece of Tiffany jewelry under the hood of that Jag. Leather upholstery. This is also a 4-speed car, fully synchronized, manual gearbox. The color is carmine red with that black interior, the chrome wire wheels. And these cars always draw attention wherever they go. They debuted in 1961 and have lost none of their luster over the years.
And guys, you're not wrong, Bill. Out in the staging lanes, this was like a moth to a flame. People were just drawn to this thing. Unbelievable. It is a beautiful car.
All done.
No reserve.
Thank you.
And it's going to sell.
Bomber.
Yeah, this had a lot of cutting-edge technology back in the early 60s. A monocoque chassis and the front space frame, that was all tubular, independent rear suspension, things like that. This was a world-class sports car right from the get-go. People are always quick to point out Enzo Ferrari said this was the most beautiful car in the world. There is some debate about that. I don't know if you know this, but that has actually not been documented.
It might have been AI, Enzo.
It might have been him.
Sold 16,000. Sold.
Okay, regardless,
Now offering us 39.
this Series 1 from 1967 sells for $68,000. What would a Mecum auction be without a Corvette? And we have plenty of them today, including this 2012 Grand Sport Centennial Edition Callaway convertible with not a lot of mileage on it, Bill Stevens. That's a good thing.
A lot of horsepower, 606 out of the 6.2, 553 pound-feet of torque. Grand Sport, always a magical phrase when it comes to Corvettes, going all the way back to 1963 in those cars. And good for Chevrolet for bringing that name back and giving the cars that get that name the kind of performance that they deserve. Odometer reads just over 3,700 miles on this. A lot of extras from Callaway, Reeves Callaway, formerly from Old Lyme, Connecticut. Now I think they're based on the West Coast, and of course Reeves' son, and another team now taking the reins of a company that for a long time built super aftermarket Corvette variations that had GM warranties with them. That's how well the work was done.
Bill, how could you own a car like this with that massive supercharger on it and only put 3,700 miles on it? That's the real mystery to me.
Maybe it was just too scary.
It may have been. These, I mean, the Grand Sport was just on the price side such a good deal for people looking to get into the Corvette market. So then when you take one, you hop it up like this, that massive blower, that's a good time anywhere you go.
Yeah, and under that blower, there's a lot of other extras, the intercoolers, the hood. It's got a special Callaway bulge to make room for all the cool stuff underneath there. And it sells.
It does indeed. $43,000. So we will put one segment to bed here as our 6 hours with you today on ESPN Plus is underway. Much more coming up straight ahead. Welcome back to Fort Worth, Texas at the Dickies Arena. A couple of shots of downtown Fort Worth, and don't forget, we will next be headed to Las Vegas. Our coverage begins on November 14th right here on ESPN Plus, just a couple of weeks away. We bring you back to the live action here on the block with an absolutely monster truck. Not a monster truck, obviously,
Yeah.
but this is an absolute bad 1969 C10.
I would give this the nickname the White Tornado.
I'll go with that.
Let's see if I can give you the particulars of this engine. Started life as a 400 horsepower LS engine, but it's got forged pistons, steel connecting rods, cams, has one of their camshafts in there. The cylinder heads are 243s, PTR carbon intake. I'm not done yet. Nick Williams throttle body and big 1,000cc injectors. And to top it all off, how about a 3,600 RPM stall converter from a 4L80E automatic? Whoopee.
That is a work of art. The way that they matched the red interior to the red bedwood, the tailgate, how they cleaned all of that up, that truck's gorgeous. What a piece. It is a piece of art right there.
Let's move on to another E-Type Jaguar, 1972.
Yeah, now we had the 4.2 six-cylinder in the earlier one. Of course, the E-Type debuted with the 3.8. They went to the 4.2, and now 1972, it got the 5.3-liter V12. And this with a 4-speed manual transmission. So that's going to light the fire for a lot of people. What a combination that is. Light blue metallic outside, dark blue bucket seat interior, chrome wire wheels, and those 4 distinctive exhaust pipes coming out the back. This is a recipient of the Daimler Heritage Trust Certificate. Helps to document its provenance. A lot of paperwork too with this Jag. Service records, vehicle registrations, and the judging sheets going back 25 years.
High bid here on the 72 Jag is $72,000. And we will welcome to the block here in a minute Bentley's effort in the SUV market, if you will, their Bentayga First Edition from 2017.
Yeah, if anybody's out there shopping for what might have been at one time the world's most expensive SUV, well, you're going to save a little bit of money now because we're 8 years down the road. Twin turbo, 6-liter, 600 horsepower W12, 8-speed automatic transmission. This is full-time all-wheel drive and electronics all over this SUV. Stability control, traction control, air springs, continuous damping control, Bentley dynamic ride. We haven't even gotten to the options inside this Bentley. Blind spot warning, reversing camera, front and rear parking distance control, drive dynamics mode. this doesn't need us. This can do whatever it wants all by itself.
Oh, it's beautiful. You know, you always wonder, what do cars like this attract crowd-wise when it's in staging and people have a chance to walk around all these cars and get a look. This is one of those ones that time after time people are really drawn to because, you know, when they made the jump into the SUV, it was confusing for a lot of people. You remember, Bill, similar to when, you know, Porsche brought out the Cayenne and people went, what are you doing? Secretly, they were saving their brand. I think Bentley, in a similar fashion, said we could sell more cars if we do something that's more in line with what the market is. And so you've seen these. They've been very popular in a lot of different kind of subcultures, but it's still a cool car, and apparently has a very good alarm to it. So it's I think we're currently in a little bit of a hold pattern for it.
Yeah, no, you know, they were late to the game with SUVs, right? Remember, Mercedes jumped in, even Jaguar. I have a Jaguar crossover. I love that thing. It's a marketplace that Bentley, I don't know whether they were reluctant or it took them a long time to bring something that is deserving of the Bentley nameplate to market, but it has succeeded, you know, in every single measure of, you know, that you would measure an SUV.
Maybe it was a little bit of peer pressure that got him into it, because Bentley could have been like, you know, we're never going to do that. You know, that's not us.
Yeah, that's for the proletariat.
Exactly.
And
then they stared at those sales numbers for Porsche, the Cayenne, and they said, well, you know what, we can
make an exception.
How about with just this once?
Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's try it. Oh, there she goes.
$65,000 Paul's way.
Oh. Building some good suspense.
44.
$65,000.
1970 GMC custom pickup.
Okay,
custom
they
pickup build, V8 automatic.
got that thing rolling and sold for $65,000, and we will check in the 303 staging lane with Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, in 1965, Porsche was phasing out the 356 and introducing the much more expensive 911, but they needed a less expensive option for their customers. The result was a hybrid of sorts, the 912. So it's got the styling of the 911, but the power of the 356. This one is beautifully restored, Bahama yellow, not a flaw anywhere on this car, just an amazing piece of machinery. Take a look at the interior, also just as well restored and preserved as the exterior of the car. And what I'm talking about when I say the same power as the 356, well, there it is. That is the flat 4, slightly detuned version that was found in the last year of the 356 SC. So you've got the power of the 356, the styling of the 911, and there you go. There's your solution for a less expensive option for the Porsche market. This car was produced from 1965 until 1969, made a brief reappearance in 1976, but becoming more and more valuable as the years go by in the collector car market. So it'll be very interesting to see what this one gets, and it will be going home with a new owner because it's being offered at no reserve. Scott?
Good deal. Plenty of Porsches in the building for us. Thank you, Chris. Here's a 1970 GMC pickup truck. What do we have under the hood, Bill?
5.7 LS1. That LS1 is 350 horsepower. This custom build was completed 2019. It's been well preserved since then. Automatic transmission, teaming up with a 4-wheel drive, with AC in there. Digital gauges, that's an upgrade. And a winch has been mounted, and a custom diamond plate bumper.
Boy, that paint really sparkles. From some angles, it looks like this is white, but it's really like almost a chalk gray there on the above the belt line and below that second belt line, with a white top and a white stripe in the middle. Really nicely done, Bill.
Good eye, Rut. Yeah, that is actually a very light gray with the white, kind of milk of magnesia white, if you will.
Yeah, I was going to go chalk, but I think milk of magnesia is a perfect reference. Yeah. Absolutely.
Spoken like a true.
Oh, well,
no, never mind.
Okay,
TMI, right?
Yep.
$36,000 buys that truck. And we get to check out a 1967 Chevy 2 Nova. Guess what's under the hood here?
Yeah, well, stop me if you've heard this before. It's got the 350 mouse motor, fresh out of a box. That's the crate version, and there you see it's all dressed up, valve covers, open element air cleaner, some chrome, and a turbo 350 right behind it. Heights front end. They did a little work to that suspension. Heights makes a premium line of suspension pieces. Got power brakes there. Inside that might have seen the B&M shifter, Sony AM/FM radio. Aftermarket wheels, look like flat spoke, torque thrust wheels there. Polished out a little bit. And this is probably going to sell. We're pretty close to the real money right now, I would think.
Those almost look like the Daisy style American racing. I don't know if that's exactly what they're,
yeah, right.
They're real close. It's like the cousin to the torque thrust. But yeah, it's so cool when you talk about heights. They were one of the first suspension companies to really go in and start modifying these cars, better brakes, better suspension. And boy, it changes how they drive so much.
Oh, totally.
All right. Reserves on 36. $37,000 honored. I'd give it a 6 out of the pin.
Jesse Kopp lets everybody know the reserve is off. 36K. Just sold the last car for 36, I think. So 2 in a row.
Pattern developing.
Yes. Okay, 1971 Z28, antique green and black interior. Wowzers.
This is primo. Matching numbers, 350. Of course, the second generation of that Z28 that debuted in 1970 brought in that 350, and this one 330 horse, down a little bit from the 1970 that had 360 horsepower. 4-speed, yes. This was the first year you could get an automatic in a Z28, so we like to see the 4-speed there, kind of continue the tradition. Antique green is the color on the outside with a black interior, you just saw. Full gauge sets, got a tachometer in there as well. And like I say, this thing is a showpiece.
It just has so much presence, doesn't it?
It does.
I think for kids like me that grew up in the 80s, what I thought the Z28 was is very different from what the Z28 really started as.
Oh, true indeed.
What a monster.
Yeah, Z28 was born to go SCCA Trans Am racing. And over the years, of course, like a lot of other cars that started out as competition cars, more refined, more street-worthy, less of the performance emphasis, but still really fun cars to drive.
Well, there it is. The reserve came off. $47,000 is the hammer price. And new ownership dead ahead for that Z28. Man, I have lost count on how many four-wheel drive trucks that we've had here in Dallas-Fort Worth this weekend. Bill, here's another K10. This is a Sierra Grande GMC from '74.
Scott, just about all of them are turned out like this one. Just
pretty much.
Great, choice of paint and wheels. This one's powered by 350. It's a four-wheel drive truck. Has Wolverine locking hubs as well. And a manual transmission, not an automatic in this one. 2-speed transfer case. See the plush interior there. AC. A lot of the original documents included as well. This is the Sierra Grande. Sofia Vergara taught me how to say that.
Which of course means the big Sierra.
Yeah.
If my translation's
Good
correct,
for you.
Wilfredo. Getting the eyes over there. What I always liked about these, the earlier ones had the circular headlights. So it's funny that it's a square body, and then later we saw them upgrade to the rectangular headlights, then the smaller rectangles. But the circle headlights always looked so cool on here.
Yep. Black paint with shiny wheels. That's a combination that will never grow old.
I've seen a lot of people take the front end off an earlier truck like this and then put it on a later 80s one to try to get that more vintage style to it. But boy, this is a sharp truck.
Yep. Yeah, the square bodies came in after the glamour era of these pickup trucks and maintained really excellent styling.
35 will be the high bid for that pickup from 1974. Another Camaro here. This is a ZL1 with Hennessy magic dust all over it from 2013.
Yes, this Camaro will be very happy to rip your lungs out. It's called a ZL1 Hennessy HPE 850. HPE, Hennessy Performance Engineering. John Hennessy, as I always say, is a guy should probably be chained up somewhere because he is one dangerous dude when he gets his hands on some of these vehicles. Yeah, this is called the El Toro Camaro. A little over 10,000 miles on it on the odometer. Supercharged 6.2 with that LS9 supercharger, which might sound familiar. That's off that C6 ZR1 Corvette. Hennessy lower pulley with an intercooler. Stage 3 ported cylinder heads. Air induction also designed by HPE. And an HPE camshaft as well with a 6-speed manual.
And we should say Texas's own John Hennessy.
Yeah.
I got to become friends with John when we were shooting Top Gear. They let us borrow lots of cool vehicles. But boy, they really do it right, and you see why their vehicles always bring a premium too.
Everything too, Chevys, Mopars, they're not particular. They'll just dump a lot of horsepower into anything you give to them.
Little Yenko-esque side stripe there that they've applied the Hennessy SC label to.
45, 46 out of bid. Girl waiting on kind of your decision, sir. Get $45,000. Get it get $46,000 a bid. $46,000. $46,000 a bid. I think it's going to work at the end here, though. I'm going to bid about 45. Going to bid about $46,000 on it. $46,000 a bid. I'm going to bid about $46,000. I'm going to bid about.
What is the bid?
46 bid. Reserve is off. 45, $46,000. If you want it, 46 out of bid, or anybody else wants to chime in, 46,000 a bid. 45, 4,600 out. I'd get a bit about 46,000. 45, 4,600. You want it? I'd get a bit about 4,600. Get a bit about 45. Thank you, though. I'd get a bit about 46,000. I'd have. Sold 45. Sold 45.
Okay, 45. Wow. Matt Morvac takes care of that deal.
Oh my, I can't imagine what that build cost. 45, good luck, and congratulations to the new owner.
And with that sale and that hammer, we will step aside for a moment or two. All right, all eyes on this 1949 Chevy Custom Business Coupe. Oh, it is sweet. A Riddler Award winner with an LS6 V8 6-speed manual transmission. Look at that Viper Red butterscotch interior. My, oh my, the laundry list of goodies on that car is incredible. We'll see it coming up here in a little bit, but first we need to check in with our man, Chris Jacobs.
Thank you very much, Scott. Still hanging out here in the staging lanes, and this time with some nice Mopar from 1971. 1971 represented an all-new body style for the Charger. This is an RT. It left the factory as a U-code featuring the 440 high-performance motor under the hood, and you're getting a look at it right there. This one done up in Hemi orange with a black interior, louvered hood, black RT stripe on the hood as well, hood pins, fender-mounted turn signals, and then you're seeing that automatic transmission inside of this car. And as we swing around to the rear, we see that there is a deck lid spoiler as well, color match bumpers, and the machine gun style exhaust tips down there underneath that rear bumper. This one checks a lot of boxes for me, man. As much as I love the 70 body style of the Charger, 71s are becoming more and more popular. It's going to be interesting to see this one going across the block a little bit later. And this one does have a reserve on it, so not sure if it's going to go home with a new owner, but I'm sure there'll be some people interested and bidding. Scott?
Well, Dodge, thank you, Chris, is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. And from that car to this one, that car has a reserve. This one that you're looking at does not, and there's a reason for it. It's a 2009 Challenger drag pack car. And Bill, the good news is the proceeds are all going to our good friends at Curing Kids Cancer.
We always love to see that, and we always love to see how the bidders respond to one of these cars that roll across the Mecum auction block for Curing Kids Cancer. This is number 44 of 100 that were produced. This was the drag racing Dodge Challenger, the drag pack car, 6.1 liter Hemi, high ram, Electronic fuel injection manifold on that for sustained power on the quarter mile, forged pistons, and a 6-speed manual transmission as well. The car that helped to build that factory stock showdown at the NHRA. Factory hot rods going head-to-head.
Yes, sir. And it brought 30,000, I believe was the final number, all going to curing kids' cancer. Oh, look at this. Little sinister Studebaker, 1953 Commander.
Oh, killer street machine.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Yeah, not too wild on the power plant here. It's the 360 Magnum, 360 cubic inch V8 with Phytec fuel injection and headers on it from Sanderson. Chrysler 3-speed transmission. Look at that. A lot of hoses and belts, but it's also well presented with all of that going on underneath there. Black everywhere, paint, black and gray inside, American racing wheels. You got disc brakes up front. A lot of other extras that make this a high-end custom all the way.
That is a sleek ride. It's got that kind of Frenched-in style. I think it's the style ring that they're using on the headlight there. But, you know, we've seen some Studebakers cross this weekend that were bone stock and looked original. We're seeing this one. There's another insane one coming up a little bit later. It's on a Art Morrison chassis that I was drooling on this morning. So there's some real variety out here in Texas for the Studebakers. I love it.
Well, Raymond Loewy, the great designer for Studebaker, he did it the right way back then because the lines of that car so appealing. Even the stock ones that haven't had this kind of treatment, they still catch your eye. This one very smooth, chrome's been removed, doors have keyless entry, power windows, Clarion sound system. Probably is the motor. Dana 60 rear end, by the way, too. That's beefy.
Last call from Trev Morvac at 26 grand.
27. 28 reserve is off. 27, 28 pound dollars. 27 with George. 28 pounds on everybody else. I got 27, 28 pounds. So, yeah! George.
Another one. So.
Wow, try replicating that car for what it just sold for.
Right.
Man.
$27,000. Nice. Here's a 68 GTO that has made an appearance now.
1968, that new body style for the intermediates from General Motors, and no exception for the GTO. 400 cubes, 350 horsepower. And this one well presented too. This has been all made woolly for the auction block. You look at the interior underneath the red paint, you see the black interior. Automatic transmission. It looks like the Hearst, his and hers shifter hiding in there as well.
20 pounds another, 18, 20, and now 20, 20 pound under, bid and a half.
Pretty car, rally wheels right there, the GTO, 22. What I've always said, the very 22. First official 22, American 22, muscle car. 5.
Now 27.
I think as time goes on, that debate kind of calms down a little bit. I think people are really coming around to believe that before John DeLorean and Russ Gee and all those guys at Pontiac came up with this idea, nobody had ever approached the whole muscle car strategy until they did.
28 pounds a dollar, get 27, 28, I give it 8 pound under bid, under 78, I get 27, 28, I give it 8 down 30, and then 30, 28, 30.
Tiptoeing to that $30,000 mark here, Bill.
I think we'll have to get there. For the consignor to want to let this go, low 30s maybe.
35, 35,
mid-30s being better.
Give me 33, 35, got 33, now 5. 35, 7.
Closing in on that
35,
now.
Yep.
37. I got 35 as reserve off. 35, 37. Reserve is off. 35, 37. I
There you
got
go.
35, 37. All in or done. Jared has bid at 35, 37,000. So $35,000, Jared.
All right, you were correct, sir. On the money today.
It's a gift.
$35,000 for the GTO. Okay, 1968 Camaro Super Sport right behind it. Let's dive into this one. Guess what we have waiting for you, Bill?
Yeah, well, again, at the risk of being redundant, we've got a 383 stroker that's alive and well in that engine room. There you see it. Look at the dress-up items there. It's got the flex hoses. It's got the polished intake. It's got an open element air cleaner, some chrome as well. Nicely done. 383 stroker backed up with an automatic transmission and B&M shifter, which you probably just saw right there. Silver metallic paint. How about those wheels? They're from Rev, 18 inches with BF Goodrich rubber. Leather and Alcantara, by the way, on that interior. That is plush. Touchscreen as well, upgraded audio. Yeah, Bill's strategy on this one was top notch.
And it hits a high bid of $37,000.
We may not even be halfway to what that'll sell for.
Well, we had a Studebaker, that 53 Studebaker Commander a little while ago. The black one sell for what, $27,000?
Yes.
Here's another one in green.
Green? That is the tiniest green I think I've ever seen. Green. That is citrus all the way.
Hope you can hear this sucker as it's rolling up here.
Oh, this has got a motor. This has got a LS3 in it with an Art Morrison chassis. I think you mentioned that before, Rod.
That's right.
Yeah, high-end build, 9-inch rear end, power rack and steering, Willwood four-wheel disc brakes. That suspension system, what a work of art that is underneath as we see the engine there, that LS3.
And Bill, do you notice how far it's really set back in there? Again, when Art Morrison is designing these things, they really take into account what you're going to do with the car, how it's going to be set up. To have it, the engine move that far back into the firewall, you know this sucker is meant to run.
Yeah, of course, get that weight off of the front end. For weight distribution, can't beat that. That's got 4-link underneath the back with a pan-hard rod. Oh, so much went into this Stewed. Beauty.
Well, it's going to take a little bit more money to go into it to get serious about a new deal. So we'll let it roll out of the building, and we'll be back. Well, we are sure to mention this every single time we're on the air with good reason. 303's 1-2 protectant and interior cleaner punch. What a combo. The interior cleaner will take care of any surface without leaving a residue. The protectant handles the UV rays and keeps the plastic and rubber and vinyl surfaces looking absolutely spectacular. You can find out more on that website right there at the bottom of your screen. How pretty do those look on top of a Corvette engine, Bill Stevens? 303mecum.com. Way to go, 303. 303 is proven to protect. Let's check in the 303 staging lane now with Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Scott Hoke. In a sea of mostly domestics here, this exotic stands out, and for good reason. 2012 McLaren MP412C, in part because of the amazing McLaren scissor doors. You can make your dramatic entrance and exit. An eye-popping scheme on it as well. All black exterior, black and orange seats inside, and you've got that McLaren power. Twin turbocharged 3.8 liter, 592 horsepower V8 engine, 7-speed dual clutch automatic transmission. Only 9,100 miles the odometer reads. And Bill, with McLaren's roots in Formula One, they really use a lot of that technology in their street vehicles. You know this more than anyone. That revolutionary carbon fiber chassis, also known for their pure power. This bad boy tops out at 205 miles per hour, 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds. Can't wait to see it cross the block here in just a little bit.
Almost like a street legal F1 car. Very
That's
close.
it.
By the way, when it hits the block, I've got a little McLaren trivia about that car for you.
Ooh, can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Danielle. Bill can't wait to try to answer that trivia. We'll see.
You'll probably be able to.
Okay. We'll bring you back into the arena here at Dickey's Arena. with a 1979 F100. The current bid here at $53,000.
Full tilt custom, Scott.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, let's just talk a little bit about the truck and see if maybe they can make a deal on it. It's got a 472 cubic inch big block in there. Big time restoration, nut and bolt. Got Edelbrock carburetor, C6 automatic that's been upgraded. Headers, 3-inch exhaust, QA1 front and rear coil over suspension. Yep, big money build.
Yeah, I'm looking around here to try to see if there's anything left to black out, but I'm not finding anything.
Yeah, even the taillights have kind of like a dark
Even the headlights.
tint. Yes.
Put one of those smoke license plate covers on the back just to kind of tone down that Mecum license plate. That's the only thing that's standing out like a flare on this truck. Yes, and it sells for $53,000. That big block 472, a day late for Big Blocktober, but that's okay.
Oh, bring them on anyway.
We're not going to quibble with that at all. And as we do, we move on to a 1969 Camaro. This has had some work done.
Yeah, and this has got that stroker too, the 383. We could have a heck of a car show with cars just powered by that stroker. 5-speed manual transmission in this Camaro with a 12-bolt rear end. Power, 4-wheel disc brakes, kind of like a homemade JL8. Air conditioning, tubular front A-arms, aluminum radiator, leather interior. Just a quick peek at that with bucket seats in the console. Not really too far afield from the recipe that we see on some of these 69 Camaros, but you know, the execution is really what makes the big difference, and this one done well, inside and out.
Budnick 5-spoke wheels on there. An interesting little touch on this car is the use of modern side mirrors. Looks like something off of a late model car that have been added to this one. Gives it a little bit beefier, kind of more customized look.
Yeah.
Goes well with those newer Camaro seats that were in there too, I think.
I'm sorry. We just sold it, guys.
We did indeed for $60K. And we'll let the Camaro roll out, and 1969 GTO is on the block next. Now this has been dressed like a judge, and that's just the decor on this car. It is a solid GTO through and through.
Yep, easy to do, but that is not the engine you would find in a 69 Judge. You would find a Ram Air 3, the standard engine, 366 horse. This has the 400 cube, 350 horsepower V8 in it. With a 4-speed though, that's good. Outside is red, inside is parchment, very popular color palette there, with factory air conditioning. Got the hood tack as well. At top is power. Got the deck spoiler. Rally 2 wheels. I think somewhere between 40 and 50 we may get a gap. Need a little more work here.
45, 42, 45, the reserve is off. 45, 42 to bid, 43.
Well, the reserve is off, so we're going to sell it. It's just a matter of where now.
Top should be down on this.
I agree.
But
it's a good-looking car, but yes, you're right.
Yeah, we love the convertible tops down. See the interior.
Okay, that couple just bought it for $42,000, and they are over the moon. And we will take a break here as our coverage from DFW continues from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Stay with us.
One of 3 factory lightweight GT40 Mark IIs, 100% original body and chassis. Regarded by Ronnie Spain as the most original Mark II GT40 period. The Mark II GT40, arguably the pinnacle of sports racing cars from any era.
Well, Bill Stevens, you heard enough there. One of three 100% original GT40 lightweight.
Yeah, when it gets the stamp of approval from Ronnie Spain, you know that it passes every litmus test.
Oh, man. Yeah. That car is on the way to Kissimmee, and needless to say, massively valuable. And we will see it in January. The bid goes on this 2017 Alpha that we're looking at right now, Bill.
Yeah, it's a trick little car, man. It's got a little 1.7-liter inline four, but the real story with these cars, lightweight, all aluminum engine, carbon fiber, monocoque construction, but not a good daily driver because of the stiff ride in these things and no power steering. Pretty much cars that were built for the track.
Yeah, Bill, Chris and I both have had a chance to drive one of these before. And Chris, wouldn't you agree? It's just so much fun to drive that. It's a rocket ship.
We got to move on to the next car here real quick. It's a 2020 Porsche Taycan 4S. And the opening bid at $42,000.
I don't know, have we had one of these yet?
I think we have. It's been a while, but we've had one of these.
Okay, we're going electric here. Dual electric motors, total output, 429 horsepower with all-wheel drive. And an automatic completes the drivetrain.
And the high bid here at $42,000.
Breathtaking to see the depreciation on those since they came out. Those were rocket ships, and now they are 70% off rocket ships.
I think they lead the league in that category, actually.
Bananas, but look at this, Scott.
Hey, I knew you to be all over this one. How did I know that? Yeah. Let me count the ways. 76 Toyota FJ43 Land Cruiser. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, no, well, Rutledge is our resident outdoorsman, you might say, the rugged individualist, so he would gravitate toward this little FJ43.
Rutledge is the Bear Grylls of Mecum auction.
Oh, aren't you guys?
I call him that, yeah. 4.2-liter inline six with a 4-speed manual. This is a canvas top model, kind of rare, and the color is Cygnus white.
Yeah, the 43 designating it's a longer wheelbase than the 40, body length there, so you'd have those kind of troop carrier-esque seats, but it's not considered a troopy yet. Those weren't until the bigger 45 ones. But guys, I got all around this one this morning. Beautiful restoration here. A lot of people really like that soft top on there. You can take those front doors off as well. Beautiful, beautiful ride, especially here in Texas. You know, Toyota's headquartered here now. Land Cruisers have always been really popular in Texas. And these original style ones, especially with a nice restoration like this, always bring big money, Chris.
And hugely functional in the front, right, Rudd? All those panels are removable, so you can very easily work on the engine in case you had any issues out in the field.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I've owned a 40, I've owned two 60s, I've got an FJ60 right now. I love these things.
Well, you know what the real crime is that thing is ready for any trail in the world, but you don't want to get it dirty.
That's true.
That's a great point.
Too pretty.
And a high bid of $48,000. So, Rutt, take your bidder badge over to Bid Goes On. You can make something happen over there, I'm sure.
I have told those guys not to talk to me anymore.
Oh, well,
it's not a good time.
Didn't you already eat up your budget with what you bought before?
I did, and I tried to buy something on Thursday as well, but that's really neither here nor there, Bill.
Oh, boy.
Here's a 69 Mustang convertible next.
How about this? One of one produced, okay? Q code 428, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big boy. C6, high performance automatic transmission, competition suspension. You'll find this with an elite Marty report and a copy of the window sticker, just to make sure there's no hanky-panky going on here. Got those Magnum 500 wheels, raised white letter tires. And I love the fact that this really doesn't tip its hand too much, except for that hood scoop that's got that 428 badge.
You know, I was looking at this car from distance, and then I looked at, and saw the Q and the VIN and thought, wait a minute, what's up here?
It's a Fooler.
Wow.
It's kind of stalling out.
That's all muscle.
Look at the number, too. $85,000, and the reserve comes off right there.
Good. 9-inch rear end. Got radio delete too. So whoever ordered this car in the beginning, I think performance was more important to them than comfort and convenience.
Congratulations.
There you go. We've got a couple of happy guys in the audience. One just bought it for $85,000 at Mecum DFW.
Welcome back, everybody, inside Dickey's Arena here in Fort Worth, Texas. And I am literally walking onto the auction block with our next vehicle up for bid. Is a 1969 Dodge Charger Super B. This is an H code sporting that 383 under the hood. And two things stand out about this car. One is the stripe delete on the rear fenders, and then the interior. Check out this custom interior. Got the Super B logo stitched into all four seats. Looks like gator grain inserts there, and two, count them, two stainless cup holders in the back seat, Scott. Convenience for all passengers.
Oh, man, living the life of luxury in a 69 Super B. Thanks, CJ. And the bid at $60K. There's a peek in the engine room.
Yeah, that's a 383 in there, but you know what? It looks stock, but isn't. It's had MSD upgrades to the ignition, the distributor, and coil. And they put an aluminum radiator in there, which you see a lot of now. This engine would have been about 335 horsepower from the factory, but now with that aluminum intake and an upgraded 4-barrel carburetor, probably pushing around 400 with a 4-speed manual.
Got those nice Magnum 500-esque wheels on there.
Yeah, lookalikes, right.
Upgraded to a slightly larger dimension.
Oh, definitely.
And looks like we got
16
discs in the front. Kind of hard to see behind that wheel, but it looks like it. And discs in the rear as well. Good stopping power.
70 is the current bid.
Give 75, sir. Give 75. You know you want it. You know you want to. I know you want to. Give 75.
That vinyl top delete is really makes that
sir.
gold paint job stand out. Copper gold, I guess, is the color they're going for here.
Last call. 72.
I know, but the other one, the 6 or 7 cars down, is the one that they're doing.
You want to give 72?
Got a chance, Mitch. Close the bid at 70.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is
there another one that you want?
No, I'll bring you.
All right, yeah, the guy said he's looking at maybe another one coming up. Mitch Bartunik will be all over that one.
Yeah.
In the meantime, 2021 Gladiator Mojave.
Oh, this is the Doomsday Jeep here, 392 Hemi. Whoa, baby. That's that 6.4 Hemi that found its way in so many of the Dodge product line back around 2021. Custom built too. 8-speed automatic transmission as well, 4-wheel drive, front and rear lockers, Alpine Terraflex suspension, lift, Fox shocks, adjustable rear stabilizer, and a leather interior right there. Premium sounds, got nav in it, 20-inch wheels. And we're going to have to wait for the bidders to get a little closer to the reserve, but they're not going to bite, so goes to the bid goes on.
And so we will move along to a 30th anniversary Trans Am here from Pontiac, 1999. There you see it.
I think Rutledge gave us a little hint of this at the top of the show.
It is a beautiful ride, guys.
Yeah, no argument there, Rutledge. And at the top of the show, we could tell this is pretty exceptional. 320 horse, 5.7 liter LS, 6-speed manual transmission, and of course it has that Daytona 500 signage. That will indicate that this indeed was the pace car for that year's Daytona 500, the 30th anniversary of the Trans Am, debuted in 1969.
Bill, I always loved that this had those translucent kind of finish on the wheels, because those are the same wheels that the non-anniversary would have, but that finish really popped with the blue accents they used on here. This one was kind of cool because it had both the 30th anniversary striping as well as that Daytona 500 official pace car livery on there too. But a beautiful car for only 47 miles.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to say just a few laps around Daytona on the odometer here.
Yep.
And it's going to take a bit more than $50K to buy that deal. Sorry, I slipped into a little NASCAR lingo there.
Well,
buy that deal.
I like that. It's
almost,
championship week, isn't it?
I almost gave you a yeah, come on, but I was just trying to hold back.
Yeah. 1955 Chevy 210. Wow, look at this custom build.
Yeah, let's see what they did to this to kind of make it one of one. Because all of these shoebox cars that get the custom treatment all have a different way of turning out. That's a LS3 there, 6.2 liter. And as it comes, around 430 horsepower. Later versions had 460. Tremec 6-speed manual, Art Morrison chassis with coilovers.
Another one.
Yeah, and Mark Williams, we see those Mark Williams third members, that Ford rear end, the 9-inch, we see that quite a bit. Budnick wheels. And Bob White, nearby Garland, Texas, about an hour from here, did the body and the paint.
That's how I see the perfect offset wheel setup in my dreams if I owned a 55 like that. That is a match made in heaven.
Yep.
And they did a nice job in the rear. It's got almost a bench kind of dual seat combo with a nice little console going through there, but beautifully built ride.
I see a Power Tour decal on the rear window.
I did too. It didn't have the year, so I wonder if I've seen it out there on the road before.
Right. Yeah, those rear wheels, Rod. Notice how all that rubber and that deep offset still underneath the stock wheel well. They didn't have to chop that out at all.
Makes you wonder, they might have done a little mini tub setup in there, the rear to clear everything, but just that car is really well built. And obviously, the money it's bringing, Bill, is the justification of that.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely right. And Devils for $150, and we have a new top seller of the day today on that 55 Chevy 210 Post car. That's really, really sharp. $150. 1956 3100 pickup will be next on the list.
Yeah, a lot of times we see these 3100s. They're from the late 40s, very early 50s, from 1956. LS3, there it is again. Same engine we just saw in the 55 shoebox that just crossed. And this has, look, hang on. This has an automatic transmission, custom modifications.
Morrison chassis, I believe, on this one, Bill.
Yeah, right.
So that means you certainly know it's going to handle. And again, this is a master class in the wheel offset and how you can hide this much rubber underneath those rear fenders. I mean, wow, what a masterpiece.
You got it. Yeah, I think I mentioned that this is a Tremec 6-speed manual in this. And Kugel, those folks that make a whole line of custom Mustang components, responsible for the Mustang 2 front end under the truck.
I got to wonder if this is the same consignor that ran that 55, because these are two incredibly high-quality builds, both with the LS3, both with great wheel and tire setup.
It is.
Oh, there
Same
we go.
Dude.
Look, when you got it, you got it.
Well,
whoever built these knew what they were doing.
110.
I don't know if there's a hell of a lot more there.
Got 105. 110.
What can I put in my pocket?
I have 105,000.
That's your deal on the last one.
Sell, motherfucker.
Reserve is off. 105. $110,000. I have 105 bid, 110,000. Anybody else? So
$105,000 buys that pickup truck. How about that?
Wow. That's a beautiful ride.
It is. 2 in a row from the same consignor.
Next up, a terrific 1976 International Scout 2.
50, 60.
Yeah, people fall in love with these. We don't see many of them. But again, back in the mid-1970s, before the whole SUV thing got out of control, International was doing this with the Scouts. This is the Scout 2 with a beautiful rotisserie restoration done to it. Rebuilt 304, and that's the correct engine, automatic transmission. Modifications include a 4-inch lift, got a Dana 20 transfer case as well. Orange base coat, clear coat paint with white striping.
And such a beautiful setup to have that rally-style graphics package on there. These have really grown a lot in popularity over the last handful of years. I had a 73. It was that same color orange. The hugest difference I could describe is that mine had more rust than anything else. This one's beautiful, rust-free, got all around this one. It's cool to see the values grow up, though, on these a lot. I think part of the reason I'm here is an International Scout. My grandpa had an International dealership on Route 66 outside of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Wow.
One of my dad's very first rides that he had was a turbo 4-cylinder Scout 800.
Did we know that prior to today?
I don't know if you did, but that's the joy of a Saturday. I get to tell you a little story there. But
that's cool.
Wow, this one's well built and obviously bringing big money.
Well, for years these were unwanted and unloved. They just were sitting in garages and warehouses and out backyards with maple trees growing up through the engine compartment.
So,
who cared? Boy, that's changed in a hurry.
So, now offering us 71.1 to 61.
All right, 58,000 buys that Scout 2. Let's check out a TR3 from Triumph. Now, 1961.
Yeah, the TR3 kind of falls into the same kind of genre as the old MGs and the Austin Healey's, the small bore ones. These were the little sports cars that came into this country, and people started to discover them, and before you knew it, people wanted to buy them, drive them on the street, race them club level, and these were neat little cars, especially that whole bug-eye deal. That's a very famous feature on these earlier TR3s. Little 1991cc inline 4 with a 4-speed. Not terribly powerful, not scary.
They're kind of just right, Bill. You know, for the power, having driven one of these before, you know, it's got enough power that it puts a big smile on your face, but not so much that it's dangerous.
Yep. And again, you sit so low to the ground, it accentuates the speed.
Oh, yeah. I think some people called them a knuckle dragger, right? Because you put your hand outside the door, you're going to lose a little skin on there.
Yeah,
but,
cutaway door. It really exposes you to the elements. Yeah, you can see this has had a full tilt restoration.
27, 30.
So no reserve, by the way.
Right.
Is that a yes? It should be a yes. Give 28. So $27,000.
Okay.
So $27,000.
That'll be all right.
Now offering us
$27,000.
Yep, not a big shock. It's about where they're trading.
Well sold, well bought, as Bill likes to say.
Correct.
And somebody give $80,000.
1952 Chevy this time around.
Yeah, guys, we saw that 56 3100 not long ago. We go back about 4 years or so. This one hot rodded all the way. Rut's going to get up there and take a closer look.
Yeah, Bill, this is one I had to go check out this morning. You know, I love these 5 windows on here, having the corner glass there, making it a more deluxe sort of a ride. This one's got a vintage style steering wheel that makes it sort of in that 55 to 57 Chevy style, but a little bit smaller, that works with these power setups. Again, to me, it's the simplicity of these when they're done right. That perfect color. They did the running boards in black instead of matching the body color, so a little bit different there. But a beautiful, beautiful setup.
Yeah, it is, and it really signifies kind of an important time for Chevy pickup trucks. The advanced design period ran about 5 years or so. And you're right, that 5-window configuration there, that was not standard. You could get the non-5 window as well out of the 3152. But great workmanship and great fit and finish on the build.
You're going to let it go? 54. 53 bid, you're going to get 54.
Said he's all done.
One guy's out. Somebody else just jumped in, I think.
55.
Maybe. Thought I heard
55.
a bid out there in Bitterland.
$55,000. Yes, no, maybe. 55. Thanks for what you did do.
Sell it.
54, 55. Sold. $54,000.
Well, they did get
Sold.
54.
$54,000, Ryan.
With Ryan over there, and that gentleman will take that pickup truck home. Total restoration here on a 1971 Di Tommaso Pantera with Cleveland power.
Yep.
Under the bonnet.
Under the bonnet, right? Yeah, that's a supercharged Cleveland, by the way, with Holley fuel injection.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at the plumbing back there. Whoa, baby. Bundle of Snakes exhaust headers coming out. Look at those drain pipes there for the exhaust extensions. Wow. Modifications completed by Hall Pantera. This has been completely gone through. Ground-up restoration and modifications. Joe Martin Racing out of Scottsdale did the engine assembly. Some machine work by the Basco boys in Gilbert, Arizona. So there's been a team effort to get this Pantera to where it is right now. And it is well done. Bayer cross-drilled and slotted rotors, disc brakes, Hall Pantera wheels, 422 gears, that polished transaxle, and we're not going to sell it right now anyway.
Going to need to get beyond $100,000. So while we get set to let that one leave the building, let's head to the 303 staging lane and say hey once again to Chris Jacobs.
Hey, indeed. And moving from the 912 air-cooled Porsche that I previewed earlier, we're going to go water-cooled, and we're stepping it up to 2015. This is a Turbo S Cabriolet, originally making slightly less than the 620 horsepower that it has been upgraded to in this version. That 3.8-liter flat six backed up by a 7-speed PDK transmission. That's Porsche Doppelkupplung, basically is German for dual clutch. Really cool color of rhodium silver metallic over this blue interior, and it's got about 44,000 miles on the clock, so well loved in the last 10 years. MSRP in 2015 on this car was about $168,000. We're going to find out what a 10-year depreciation has done to the price, because this car is going across the block at no reserve. When you say the words Porsche Turbo S all together, it's definitely going to get some interest from the auction crowd. Scott?
It certainly will, and from the auction, the TV crew, as we sit here and look at that car, man, I'm all in on that one.
I can't wait. I also can't pronounce what he described as what PDK stood for, so I can't wait for him to do that again later.
Porsche Doppelkupplung.
There's my guy.
Come on,
I love it.
Sehr gut, danke schön.
Bless you.
Chris.
Gesundheit.
Okay, let's move on to 69 Roadrunner.
Farfignugan.
The opening bid on this Roadrunner is 60 grand.
And why not? Look at that Roadrunner. Ooh, yeah, it's a 383 you saw just there, 335 horsepower. Year number 2 for the Roadrunner. It's car of the year, as we mentioned before, aluminum intake, 4-barrel. So yeah, it's been breathed on a little bit. MSD ignition. It's a 4-speed car, power brakes and steering. Inside of this car has been restitched with snakeskin inserts. I think Chris gave us a little once-over on this a little earlier. So we're ready for it. So are the bidders. We're already to $65,000.
Got $65,000 bid. Give $67,000. 67.
Kind of a sleeper. It's pretty original
67.
on the outside, but we just gave you a whole laundry list of what they've done to the engine. And
Good point. Yes,
upgraded
sir.
the horsepower, sure.
Talk about it for the rest of your life. Do you want to give 66? $66,000. Now 67 to you. 67.
You only got 6. You got me 7.
67. You want to go take a picture of it quick? Because you won't see it anymore. 67.
Hurry! I got 6.
All right,
7.
well, I guess. Reserve is up.
Hey,
66. $67,000. 66. You want 7?
Boy, that green and black, doesn't it just pop?
Yeah,
Love it.
Just comes for you.
66,000 buys that car. And we will take a brief break here and return to Dickies Arena after the timeout.
Oh man, I consider myself very, very lucky to have seen that collection in person a few years ago when we did the preview for it. Most impressed by two cars in particular, the 1967 GTB4 Alloy, and of course, the original Ferrari supercar, the 288 GTO, both of which will be crossing the auction block in January in Kissimmee. It's gonna be unbelievable. The Bachmann collection, 48 cars, 46 Ferraris and 2 Alfa Romeos. Cannot wait to get to Florida.
1970 K10 just did a high bid of $70,000, Bill.
Loaded. So many upgrades on that truck.
Speaking of loaded, speaking of upgrades, wow. Look at this 1941 Willis Custom. My goodness.
Well, there's a reason for this. This was built to compete for the Riddle Award. That's the award given at the Detroit Autorama every year for the custom car making its public debut, and to even be considered in the running for the Riddle Award tells you a lot. We'll see the underside of this Willis right now, and then we'll talk about some of the other things about it. And well, you can see that is Detroit Autorama ready. Everything underneath there is show prepared. The chassis, the running gear, all of the parts, all of the suspension pieces, everything is just polished and finished to a fine hue.
That PPG root beer, which was a custom mix they made, Bill, I think that car looks so good in that color, the wheel setup, everything. It was just drawing people left and right in the staging lanes.
No question. Keith Black built 426 Emmy is the power here. How much did that cost? All steel body. You saw the custom frame. So many other things. Stage 5, dual plug, cylinder heads, Hillborn fuel injection. Look at the wheels on this truck. Budnick wheels. Just stuffed right inside those big fat fenders.
And it's going to take more than $120,000 to buy that car. So a 94 F250 will be our next subject of investigation and commentary.
Scott, I think the rapper Big X the Plug would say it best. Hey, I'm from Texas. This is a truck that just screams Texas, right? The slightly lowered, dually on huge wheels with the steel spikes sticking out. And I'm sorry, it may not be lowered at all. It looks a little bit lower to me, but I think this is a non-turbo diesel, Bill. So it was diesel, but not turbo. But still, just what a cool truck.
It's cool. Yep. Yeah, it's got the 7.4 liter diesel, 210 horsepower, not the turbo, but 425 pound-feet of torque. So it'll do some work for you. Raised cowl hood, as you can see there. Chrome. Body color grille, chrome front bumper, LED lighting, Clarion stereo with Rockford Fosgate speakers.
And a high bid of 28 grand. Here's another 1955 Bel Air for us. This is a hardtop, a custom hardtop, as opposed to the post car that we showed you a little while ago.
Yeah, boy, we've been getting the Tri-5s today.
Yeah.
Pretty good numbers here. 3 years to build this one. Powder-coated Art Morrison GT Sport chassis. 489 cubic inch big block. Pushing out, I'm sure, close to 500 horsepower. 5-speed manual transmission. Has a dual disc clutch in there to handle the power. Concept 1 chrome serpentine system for all the belts on the engine. And there's more. Chrome plated inner fenders, stainless polished fuel tank, Beautiful job there. Stainless steel bolts and fasteners all the way through that car.
Tell you what, there's a reason so many of these cars are sporting and telling us all about the Art Morrison chassis. Those are absolutely bulletproof.
They are, and they give you so much flexibility as how you want to go with your power plant, suspension systems. This has got a 4-link in the back with strange axles, positive traction with 350 gears. Yep, this car is definitely well thought out, well planned, great strategy on the build.
A really great build, guys. They call this one the Boxer. When you see the inside of the trunk, it's got that plus that custom intake they had made and painted to match. No expense spared on this one.
Yep, wondering about the wheels, Billet Specialties. Wilwood disc brakes behind them with drilled and slotted rotors.
And a $125,000 hammer. Love it.
Be seeing that at a car show near you very shortly.
Keep your eyes out for it. 1971 Charger RT is at the left of your screen there.
Yep, and I think Chris gave us the once-over on this car a little earlier. 440 powered. That's what it came with, 370 horse. Down a little bit. 375 was usually what that Magnum put out. And then in 71, horsepower was starting to drop a little bit. Of course, 72, it went into free fall. Torque Flight automatic, 8 3/4 inch rear end with 323 gears, and Hemi orange on the outside. Factory air, they upgraded the compressor. It's going to blow nice and cool. Rally instrument cluster with 150 mile-an-hour speedometer.
Close bid at 40 pounds.
Kind of raced up to 40 there and then plateaued.
Yeah, it's going to take something that begins with a 5, I think, or close to it.
So we'll check out an F-250 from 1975 next.
This one with that 390 cubic inch V8. Horsepower, only 201. Well, remember, this is 1975. We had emissions and compression and things like that. Fighting the horsepower. It's got a cam in it, though, an Edelbrock carburetor. Rotisserie restoration, and only 100 miles on that truck since they finished it up. Bucket seats there, red and black finish. Bluetooth stereo and speakers, and factory air.
83 pounds from that down 5 heels on.
Getting the money.
It really is. I mean, that's big money for one of these trucks. We don't usually see them go that high, but this one obviously really well done. Nice color choices. It's not over the top. It's not underdone. It's really just right. And wow, that's good money for it, Bill.
Yeah, we'll see if we get a gavel on it here.
I think at the end of today's auction, we need to do a top 5 or a top 10 of all the trucks for the past 3 days that have gone and what those top prices are, because we've seen some astronomical prices for the C10s and the F100s.
Well, we made a point of this yesterday and actually the day before. Overall, 263 pickup trucks here in Fort Worth.
No, I mean at 95, you're only going to get a check for just a little over 85,000. For 80.
I think his original reserve was 100. He's came down to 90.
Go to get 85.
85?
My original number was 80.
All right.
Want to raise your bid 85?
You do 85?
Okay. I got $83,000 is what I got.
I thought I heard him say 85 would buy the car.
Yes.
Or the truck, rather.
Me too.
83, 84. Anybody else? 83,000, 84,000. Go take a reserve out. 83,000, $84,000. All through. Hold on. 83, 84. 183, back at 84,000. Okay, we're going to close the bid at $83,000. Bid goes on
All right.
at 83.
Russ Conklin says close the bid. And so they will. Bid goes on that pickup truck at $83,000. And another four-wheeler, 1981 Chevy K20.
Yeah, if there was such a thing as a Chevrolet K20 Highboy, it might be this truck right here. 6-inch lift with Fox shocks, giving that ride height. Comprehensive nut and bolt restoration and a stroker. Look at that, 383 stroker underneath there. And the 700 R4 4-speed automatic transmission.
Bill, look at those frame rails. I think it's possible they might have actually ceramic coated the frame. When you look underneath this thing, it is so gorgeous. This is one I saw first thing walking in this morning. Had to go check it out. And I think that combo of the framework with the lift, with those Detroit steel wheels and the 37-inch tires, I think this one's got to bring big money too.
Yeah, you're right. And all that power, that doesn't hurt either. This has got factory air as well with the 20-inch wheels. And by the way, that 700 R4, did you know that is the same transmission as the 4L60? And later the 4L60E, same transmission. They just changed the nomenclature on it. That overdrive transmission, 3 forward speeds with the overdrive.
$40,000 the bid goes on. Before we get to the Porsche, I want to take a brief moment here and say hey to one of our terrific crew members who is on the shelf, actually on the IR for the moment, our graphics operator, John Voida, up in Minnesota, out with a back injury, and he's at home recovering, and we hope to have him back very soon. So, John, hope you're enjoying the show today, seeing it from a little bit different perspective, perhaps, but we hope to have you back very, very soon. All right, now that 1967 Porsche 912 that Chris previewed for us, the kind of the entry-level Porsche for a lot of people back in those days.
Well, absolutely the entry level. I mean, if it weren't for this car in 1965, the 911 would have been the only product that Porsche was offering. So this car kind of fit that bill of the customers who still wanted that lower performance model that the 1.4 liter found in the 356 put out. And, you know, right in the middle of the run here, so it worked well for Porsche for a number of years. And this price is pretty much what I thought it was going to bring. No reserve is certainly, you know, maybe a little bit of risk for the seller, but that's right in the market for what these cars are worth.
I compare these to the Ferrari Dino because when the Dino debuted with a V6, the Ferrari purist was saying, what, a V6? And this has that 4-cylinder engine, so this didn't catch fire right away. I think there was some reluctance throughout the Porsche community.
Well, actually, when the 912 was introduced, it outsold the 911 2-1.
It did?
It did, because it was so much more affordable, but you got that same styling.
And contrary to with the Dino, this was a Porsche. I mean, that one was built as a Dino, didn't have the Ferrari word on it, except for the little data plate on the door.
Right.
We're just being picky.
You're never picky. You're usually right alongside me.
Welcome back to Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. We're at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, and look at this 2007 Ferrari F430 Spider 4.3 liter V8 F1 style transmission. And Bill, check the Scuderia shields. Those are in carbon fiber. Nice little aesthetic touch.
Carbon fiber everywhere, Scott, on this Ferrari. You've got a carbon fiber steering wheel, carbon fiber mirrors and side skirts, and the rear diffuser and the ceramic brake system.
Wow, look at those.
So no big surprise that the shields are also carbon fiber. 490 horse out of that 4.3 liter V8 as well. It's a fast car.
And the bid goes on. I pointed that out because typically we used to see those in bright yellow or something,
yes,
on most everything, but that's kind of a cool deal. Bid goes on just a little south of 100,000. Next up, 1970 El Camino Super Sport with big block power.
A 454, which it was not born with. It has been placed in there. And it's a California black plate car as well. Turbo 400 automatic transmission. Got vintage air. Love the color, that Cortez silver that we see a lot. Black vinyl top. Inside, you go, bench seat, armrest, and automatic on the column. Super Sport dash as well with a factory tachometer. Outside, the aluminum wheels and a BF Goodrich high performance radio.
So 29 pounds of dollars.
Okay, 29,000 buys the Elkie.
Ford Mustang Fastback custom body kit with a Ford 5-liter.
How long do you think this one will take? Scott, would you guess this one will be gone in, say, 60 seconds? Is that too punny for a Saturday or just right?
No, it's, you know, it's middle of the afternoon. That's okay.
Okay, good. All right. Thought I'd just workshop it, see how
See what you did there.
Yeah.
I see what you did.
Take it away, fellas.
$80,000 is the bid on this 68 Eleanor replica.
Yeah, one of the most famous modern era beauty queens, I guess you might say, from the silver screen. This one has a 5-liter in it, Coyote, pushing out between, I'd say, 460, maybe 470 horsepower, 5-speed manual. There you see the interior with that big axe handle shifter there. Shelby American wheels. And all of the visual appeal of our movie friend.
It really is a car I never get tired of seeing these. It's such a solid combo. You know what you're getting. You think about the movie. It's such a legit ride.
And they are still very popular with bidders. We see 6-figure bidding on these well-done Eleanor knockoffs wherever we go.
145 pounds and out of bed. 140, 145, 145, 50, 150 pounds and out of bed. 150 pounds and out of bed.
Reserve came off a while ago.
150, 150, 150 pound out. 75, 50, 147, 5, 150, 150, 150, 25, 150, 25. There's 150, 25. 155, 155, 155.
Still going up.
155, 155 pounds and out of bed. 5, 155, 75, 157, 5, 155, 157, 5. 155.
There's 2 other guys.
157, 5.
I wonder how many people had never seen Gone in 60 Seconds until they started seeing these cars coming
Well,
out.
that's a really good
They would
point.
say, hey, I got to see that movie.
Exactly.
You know?
And just a little reminder, as we see this continue to creep up, and now at 160, we had the original hero car from Gone in 60 Seconds a number of years ago. I think it was Kissimmee, and it sold for $1 million plus, I believe, was the number.
I remember you were on one of our auctions years ago because you and I sang Eleanor by the Turtles when we were promoting that the car was going to be coming to the block. I was pointing at Chris, by the way.
165 pounds and out of 165, 165, 170, 170.
I want to say that was about 2014.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
170, 167, 5, 170 pounds and out of it. 170 pounds and out of 70, 170, 170 pounds and out of. Give 170 pounds and out of.
Remember, the reserve came off at 100,000, and we are now at 170 on this car.
And the battle continues.
Who wants it more?
175 pounds and out of
175.
175 pound down 175. 175 to 175.
You know, we've seen these 427s and 428 big block engines. This is a little Coyote 5-liter, and it doesn't matter whatsoever.
I know. You know, when we were first starting to see these, the professor and I and all of us really were commenting about the Eleanor really kind of helped jumpstart the whole Restomod phase that we're going through.
Yeah, it ramped up right afterwards. Right.
So 175.
Wow.
So,
after all that, give that guy a badge of honor for hanging in there. And he just, or the guy on the other end of the phone perhaps, bought that car for $175,000. our #1 seller thus far in today's auction. Now we move to 1970 Dodge Challenger TA.
Hey, if you recognize this car, it's because Chris Jacobs gave us a preview of this when it was parked in the Dodge booth. Is that a couple days ago, I guess?
That was indeed. Now, I was very excited to see this car because this one is True Blue TA, of course, the sibling to the AAR CUDA. 1 year only, 1970. Just under 2,400 units produced, and the majority of those were like this one with the 4-speed manual transmission. You see the pistol grip right there. Top banana is the color in the Dodge speak, and just such a cool car. Side pipes were an ingredient of these, the fiberglass hood, and yeah, meant to homologate for the racing series, and a bunch of them got onto the street, and this is a fine example.
Bill, with those TA crossovers and how they were trying to link them into the racetrack, like Chris said, was it wild at the time when they came out with a car with side pipes like that?
You know, it was, and what was also wild, the first American production car with staggered front and rear wheels. The tires were different sizes.
We are in Fort Worth, Texas at Dickies Arena. Let's bring you back inside here to catch up to the block and what is happening with the McLaren MP412C that Danielle previewed for us, and Bill promised us a little trivia.
I will give you this little trivia. This car sometimes is promoted as McLaren's first road car. Well, what happened in 1992, I ask you? The McLaren
the F1.
Correct. And that was a road car.
The 3-seater, no less.
Yes, with the center seat. So if you were saying that this is McLaren's first road car, you're going to have a little bit of a debate on your hands for folks that remember the F1.
I see a hand in the audience, Chris Jacobs.
Shout out to Gordon Murray, the genius of, designer of that car, based on the Nissan NSX.
And if you really want to be picky, Bruce McLaren designed an M6 GT back in the mid-1960s, which was going to be McLaren's first road car. Bruce McLaren got killed in 1970, and they never had a chance to move that car into production.
That MP412C reaches a high bid of $75,000, does not sell. So 1974 Torino Twister Special is up next, and you, Brother Bill, had this one at the top of the show, correct?
Yep, and it's going to be expensive because only 90 of these were built, only 30 with the 4-speed like this one. It's got the 429 Cobra Jet engine, 375 horse, 4 speeds. Only 30 were produced with the 4 speeds. It's got the traction lock, limited slip rear end with 350 gears.
Bill, do you like this color more or the yellow ones?
I like this color. I am a big fan of this color called Vermilion, with a black interior. And these are more rare, by the way, than the Mustang Twister Specials.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, fewer of these.
Those were out of that Kansas City market area.
Right. They all were.
They all were, along with the Mustangs.
Right.
And this one, you said it, Bill, will be expensive. Hasn't sold yet. It's got to be at least that, if not more.
Yeah, a little bit more, and then we'll start talking about it seriously.
Next, we have a 1962 Amphicar 770 that somehow continues to have a bit of a cult following.
Yeah. You said it. These were kind of a little bit of a joke when they first came out. I got to be honest with you. Built in 1961. All of the magazines tested them. And the famous quote from Tom McCahill, who was the automobile tester for Mechanics Illustrated, tested it and said, it's not a very good car and not a very good boat. But I'll tell you, it's got staying power because not only have these cars endured in the collector community, but they have Amphicar rallies and conventions where a bunch of them all show up and people drive them on land and get to the event and go right into the lakes. They have them up in Lake Michigan, what have you. It's kooky, but now they are cool. 43 horsepower, Triumph inline 4, and the 770 title of this car means it'll go 7 miles an hour on the water and 70 miles an hour on land.
And since we're in Texas, we should tell the LBJ story, who had one and used to mess with his guests on his ranch, pretend that he had lost control of the brakes and drive right into the lake.
Yep.
How about this? $85,000. I'm sure there are people at home going, what?
I know.
They always bring the money.
It's
amazing.
Man. They really do. Let's see what kind of money the next car brings, fellas and ladies and gentlemen at home. 1959 Corvette Custom.
It's going to bring a lot. Great build here. Comprehensive restoration, fuel-injected LT1 V8, not an LS. LT1. Probably around 300, 350 horsepower, 4-speed manual. Chrome wheels off a C5 Corvette. And a disc brake conversion all the way around that car. Red on red.
75 pounds, 80 pounds, $1 75, 80, 75 pounds, 80 pounds.
Very little differences styling-wise between the 59 and the 60 Corvettes. One of the only ways to tell if they are both stock are the direction that the seats pleats travel. They are across from side to side in a 59, and they're from front to back in a 60. One or two only small ways to tell the difference between those 2 years.
Right. Going to be closer to 6 figures, I think, to sell them.
I would agree with that. So we'll leave it at 75. And the 1958 Bonneville convertible up next.
Full-size performance, style, and luxury from 1958. Second year for the Bonneville, and it made big waves in 1957 when Bunky Newson was at the head of Pontiac and said, hey, we really got to dress up this division, and boy, did they ever. 1957, you go and get a convertible, and you got fuel injection. The 58, now you get a fixed roof, but this is a convertible with that 370 cubic inch V8 with 300 horsepower. And this one has the 3 2-barrel carburetor setup. There, look at the dashboard. Oh, Warp Factor 3, Mr. Sulu, huh? This has won a couple of major awards. Antique Automobile Club of America Grand National First Prize winner and a National First Senior Prize the year before. Oh, what can you say, huh? A lot of power, the brakes, the steering, the top. Adjustable seat, power operated, yeah.
Bill, how about the spotlight?
The spotlights, they had dual spotlights on some of them. This has one on the driver's side only. On the back side of the spotlight's the rear view mirror.
I wanted to see if it works, and of course it's fully functional. It's just, what a cool ride.
Yeah, oh man. You know, people that owned these back in the 1950s, they didn't have to give way to people in Oldsmobiles or Cadillacs or any other big premium car. They had it all.
Well, a high bid here of $112,500. And I think are they gonna keep working on this one, or are they gonna move on? All right, they're gonna move on. So we will as well to a Mustang GT from 1993.
Yep, last year for the Fox body, they went to the SN95, 94, and that went on for the next 10 years or so. 1993 was also the year that SVI was born, SVT rather, that special high performance division, when they started really building some hot Mustangs. Fuel injected, 225 horsepower, 5-liter with a 5-speed manual, power front disc brakes, AC, power windows, locks, and mirrors. And you're not going to have to spend a lot of money to buy this Mustang. I think we're getting close right now to hitting that.
Oh, look at you.
The words. Hey, what can I tell you? I have this little voice in my head, I guess.
Just
Guys,
one?
I
Just
think
one?
More than one, right?
Bill, this is kind of interesting. Sometimes we see Fox body Mustangs come through with a ton of mods, none at all. This one, I think this might be the perfect kind of color combo. It's a 5-speed. It's got the nice interior because this isn't a full restoration. The mileage it's showing about 45,000, they said. So this one's nice, but this is big money for this car right now. So I think this is that kind of classic setup you hope as a consignor. You get a bunch of people that really love that color combo, that engine setup, the transmission, Chris. It's all of it.
Well, yeah, you mentioned it. I think that manual transmission has a lot to do with the high price here.
34 grand. And it buys it.
You name the year, and you'll never go wrong with a V8 manual transmission convertible Mustang. There'll be a lot of people that'll want it.
And that, you know, that really is a magic number badge, that 50 badge. That's it, man.
That had street cred. I mean,
Absolutely.
They weren't overly powerful, but I'll tell you,
absolutely.
Back in the day, people took notice.
Okay, here's a 1928 Model A Custom.
Wow, custom is an understatement. This is, I guess you could call this a rat rod.
Sure, I think so.
You know,
I think it's fair.
Got what it needs. Got a big old 350 with a tunnel ram intake and a couple of big 4-barrel carburetors on the top. Wow, as big as microwave ovens. Wow. Ford 9-inch rear end with an automatic transmission with a high stall speed TCI converter. It hooks up at 3,500 RPM. 4-link rear end. This is an acquired taste. You either love these things or you just cover your eyes.
I was in staging when that car pulled in. Do not try to sneak into your neighborhood late at night in this car. It's not going to happen.
Not under the radar.
Okay, the bid goes on that custom Model A, and a split window coupe from Corvette 1963 is in our immediate future here.
Pretty color, silver blue interior, and the 327. Let's swing around here. I don't have the horsepower rating in front of me, but there it is on the valve cover. That's the 340. That's the one step down from the fuel-injected engine. It's got an Edelbrock air cleaner. Might throw you off a little bit when you're trying to identify that engine. 4-speed, yep. Frigiking, Magnetemp air conditioning equipment. They've upgraded the AC. That's the first year you get factory air conditioning in the Corvette, AM/FM radio, and knockoff wheels. Later vintage knockoff wheels, as we pointed out any number of times. 63 Corvettes didn't come from the factory with knockoff wheels, but you get them over the counter and they have 2-eared knockoffs, not 3-eared knockoffs, but there's nothing wrong with that later vintage knockoff wheel on the Corvette.
By the way, that was the 340 horse, 327, the L76, if you're tracking the option codes.
Great motor, solid lifter, high winder, great response.
115, even as I mentioned that. And not surprisingly, we're getting into the territory where they would lift a reserve, and that is exactly what happens.
Yeah, depending on where the bidding might have gone, we were getting close to fuel-injected money.
No doubt about that. 117.5 though buys that split window coupe. Legendary Corvette for us here today on a Super Saturday in Fort Worth. We are back live in Fort Worth at Dickies Arena, and before we get back to the block, let's check in with Chris Jacobs, standing by with the owner and the former driver of a very noteworthy pro stock drag racing car.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am here with David Rare of Rare Morrison. And David, you campaigned this car in the early 80s to great success. In fact, you did something that had never been done before. You won both the NHRA and IHRA championships simultaneously in both 1983 and 1984.
Correct, we did. It was wonderful. I mean, we were just going race to race to race. One of those races, NHRA seasons, we were in 11 out of 12 finals they had then, and won 6 of them, and we were runner-up at the other ones. And you know, in the beginning, Glidden kind of pushed people around, and Lee put an end to that.
And rightfully so, and ended up winning the championship. So whatever his formula was, it was successful. David, thank you so much for talking to me. I'm sure it's amazing being back here with the car. And this car will be crossing the block in Kissimmee 2026. So make sure to check back in with us then to see how it does.
Yeah, David Rear, he could have driven that car. He was capable, but actually Lee Shepard was his driver. The late Lee Shepard killed in a testing accident in 1985 after winning 4 straight championships. And David Rear mentioned Glidden, the great Bob Glidden, the 10-time champion. And let me tell you something, having lived through it myself covering the NHRA, when Lee Shepard and Bob Glidden came to the starting line at a national event, everybody stood on their feet. That car is a 1984 Camaro. It's got a rear Morrison engine. David was the engine builder. His late partner, Buddy Morrison, they won a lot of races and, of course, those championships. And, boy, it's a treat for me to see that car and David Rare here in Fort Worth.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Bill, as well, for the clarification on that as we take a look at an 86 F-150 Lariat.
Frame off restored, and they put a Coyote V8 in there with a VMP supercharger. Automatic transmission, custom interior, and great presentation. Good color choice there, the red with the red and tan interior. And nothing in the way of exterior changes.
75 reserves on 77-pound bid. 75, 77,000, 75, 77 to bid. Hit 5, not going to the 7 here, not going to be better, going to the 5, 77 to bid. Hit 75, 77, now pay
Matt Morvac has it at 75,000.
77, 80 bid, 80,000. It's still off, 80,000 to bid. $80,000.
Wow, strong money.
77 bid,
Again, not
80,000.
an overly modified truck. Very close to stock, except for that Coyote in it. Simple but effective.
76 bid, 80,000 a bid. 7,600, 80, got 80, like a better, 82. 80 bid, 82. 82,000, 82. 82,000 a bid, 82, 80 bid 2, not get a bit of a 2, there down, not get a bit of a 2, 80 bid, not get a bit of a 2, there, not get a bit of a 2, yes, no, not get a bit of a 2 bid, down 1, 2, 82, 81, 82, 81 bid, 82,000 a bid, 81, 82, $82,000. Frame off restored truck, gonna make a final one like that, 82,000 bid, 81, 82,000, thank you, Paul, 81, $82,000 and a half. Sold 81, sold $81,000 Jared's way.
Now I'll bring S104.1, a 72.
Well, 81,000 buys it. That's nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Big money, good money.
72 C10 Cheyenne Super right behind it.
Yeah, hey, Scott and Bill, I don't want a Ford, I think I want a Chevy. And maybe a little bit more in the way of modifications. All right, this should fill the bill. There you go. 400 cube, rebuilt V8 engine, probably putting out, I'm going to guess, 350 horsepower, automatic transmission. Underneath, Ride Tech stuff, suspension, upper lower control arms, Ride Tech coilovers. In the interior, there you see it, bucket seats and a center console. It's got AC and power windows, Dakota digital gauges. And the wheels, look at them there, billet specialties. All polished out.
$100,000 bid, sorry, Bill.
No, hey, I'm thrilled to see all the love these custom pickup trucks are getting, Scott. Look at this, it's gonna be a six-figure sale if we can get a little higher.
105, 110, Brian. 105.
Well, the internet just jumped in at 105.
Yeah.
Come on, Jim, 110. 105, 10.
And we get the yellow banner.
There
you go.
Guys, I was getting worried that this might only be a Ford crowd, but happily these numbers are starting to get up for the Chevy trucks too.
Oh yeah, man, 105 buys that one from 1972. Like how they have taken that blue and kind of splashed it all over on the badge on the side, on the stripes, interior as well.
And look at the wheels. It looks like a blue striped tire.
That's what I say. Yeah.
Oh, you did. Say that.
I think I just said that.
I'm sorry, I was on the phone.
with your brother-in-law, no doubt, trying to maybe buy another '66 Corvette.
Yeah. I'd love.
Here
one.
you go.
Wow. Matching numbers: 327, 350 horse. Yeah, that's the L79. Great engine. 4-speed manual, Laguna blue. Factory bright blue interior with factory air. Yeah, you get factory air with the L79. By the way, under the hood, you may have seen that Mallory distributor and the aluminum radiator as well. Underneath, power, four-wheel disc brakes. Firestone Firehawk white letter tires. Boy, that'll give you a good grip. Excellent handling rubber there.
I tell you what, only a couple thousand were produced in Laguna blue, and the blue interior was the most unusual interior color that you could pair with Laguna blue exterior.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing a lot of those. No.
Not many of them made. No, I don't have the hard numbers on it, but we do know that regular blue interior was not seen often.
No, I mean, you see a lot of red and red.
Yes.
Black and black.
Right.
Not this.
Okay, next on the auction block, an award winner, big time, 1949 Chevy Custom Business Coupe.
Yeah, this could be the poster car for full customs here in Fort Worth, built by Hot Rods and Custom Stuff in Escondido, California. It's nicknamed the M80, as in the fireworks that we get every July 4th. Winner of the Riddler Award. What does that tell you? We've talked about that before. Also, other major custom car awards during its life. Best in Class, Boyd's Pro Pick at the Good Guys Show in Del Mar. Oh, on and on. Let's get into the hardware here, shall we? LSV8, 6-speed manual. Kugel, they emerge again with more of their special parts for the suspension. Independent front suspension with coilovers, polished stainless tubular control arms, and power rack and pinion steering. Hours and hours of effort going into this build, just the platform, the chassis, and suspension. Willwood disc brakes. See those 5-spoke wheels. Vintage air. Boiler provided most of the exhaust system. The custom headers were fabricated by folks at Olympic. And Viper red, exterior pink color.
And Bill, I think those are a Mercedes headlight that they used in there. That was one of those first kind of styling cues people started messing with on the hot rods.
I think you're right. I think you're right. It is a beaut. The bid goes on, however, on that custom. Back with more in a moment.
Fort Worth has been showing out for Mecum the last 3 days. Weather's been beautiful. A nice fall Saturday afternoon, about 71 degrees inside here at the 303 staging lane. Danielle Trotta, great to have you with us. And is this not sophistication, luxury class at its finest, ladies and gentlemen? I'm in love with this 1969 Mercedes-Benz 280 SE convertible. I feel like the owner of this car maybe had like a dog in their purse or something, and that's a compliment. Because this is luxury at every level. I mean, this leather, the quality, the originality still, and the power 2.8-liter inline 6-cylinder engine with Bosch mechanical fuel injection and 4-wheel disc brakes. See the original purchase agreement and window sticker that's going to come with the car. I want to show you guys these two here. And it's originally out of Long Beach, California. And you could see back in 1969 all the options and suggested retail price then $11,488. The original owner came out of Beverly Hills, California. And Scott, Bill, what a return on an investment. 11 grand back in 69. This is now a 6-figure car. We'll see what it fetches when it crosses the block here in just a little bit. Absolutely gorgeous.
All right, Danielle. Yes, indeed. It's got the potential.
Oh, it does. We've seen these. We've seen these out in Monterey at times. And these cars, they are like Fort Knox right now. Very, very valuable.
Thank you, Danielle. Back in the staging area here at Dickies Arena. Out front, just off the block, is a Z28 from 1969. Houndstooth interior, silver gray vinyl top, and it gaddles for $74,000.
Oh, what could be better than a Cortez Silver 69 Z28, all original, fully restored, with a 302 290 horse V8 and 4-speed Muncie.
Love it.
Yep.
Dodge Coronet 440 from 1966. That is next.
Yeah, a lot of people going gaga over the Charger in 1966, and kind of playing a subordinate role was the Coronet 440. It's got the factory 383, 4-barrel carburetor, rated about 335 horsepower, factory 4-speed. 1,312 of these Coronet 440s were equipped with this engine and tranny, all right? So that gives it some rarity. 2 broadcast sheets, so you'll know exactly how it rolled from the assembly line. An American Torque Thrust 2 wheels finish that picture. Look at the size of that shifter. That'll take all the power shifts you can give it.
Yeah, that bench seat 4-speed is such a good look in there too. I just absolutely love that color match steering wheel. with the Frat Zog center cap. Dodge bringing back the Frat Zog in the last couple of years, one of their vintage emblems.
And the big news recently, re-upping their commitment to the V8.
Absolutely, yep. The internal combustion engine will make its return to the Dodge lineup. Not exactly sure when it will be, but it is coming.
Isn't it funny how they started to rethink that whole thing after I spoke to them?
Well done, Bill.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
You do speak for America. You know that?
I wouldn't go that far.
Hey, $34,000 was the high bid on that Coronet, and next in line is a 67 Camaro Super Sport. Real deal through and through here, Bill. Perfect color combination. Power plant is?
Yeah, this is a muscle car all the way.
Big time.
L78, 396, 375 horsepower. And I'll remind you once again, that very same engine, when it debuted in the 1965 Corvette, was rated at 425 horsepower, which is closer to the truth. Has the correct winner's aluminum intake and the Holley 4-barrel and a 4-speed manual, and the bucket seat interior with a center console and the gauges down below there, and the right color, marina blue. Rally wheels making their first appearance on the Camaro in '67 as well.
Very accurate recreation, or restoration, I should say, so the price is definitely reflecting that. 6 figures.
The way to go, man. I mean, other than a Z28, looking at the performance high ground for the Camaro.
I know those are red lines, but they look a little salmony to me, don't they to you? They're a little pink.
Now, that's the second time you've been picky today.
Salmon line tires just didn't have the same ring to it.
Not at all. Not at all. Maybe it's the lighting again. New building, all of the above. Okay, the bid goes on. I'm sorry. 1970 Mercury Cyclone spoiler, right behind that Camaro.
Oh, 1970, what a great year for muscle car geeks. This has got the 429 Cobra Jet. That was the biggest engine you could get in that Mercury Cyclone spoiler. One of 613 that were produced that year as well, 4-speed. That, by the way, that Cobra Jet has the ram air as well. Power steering and disc brakes. Has the owner's manual, warranty booklet, the bill sheet, and the Marty report. Plenty of paper to go through after you get it home. Magnum 500 wheels. Oh, man, what a ride. I tell you. General Motors and Mopar certainly making big noise in 1970 with the LS6 Chevelle and the Hemi Cuda and the Hemi Challenger, but people that know their muscle cars know that this was pretty special. That 429 Cobra Jet and a 4-speed and that Cyclone.
We're closing in on $60,000. Chris, I got to tell you, man, you got to go to the consignor and make him an offer on that California black plate. 429 CJ, man.
That's exactly what I had my eye on at the beginning, and I walked right up to it. It's not real.
Oh.
It's a print that's been laminated, yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking the same exact thing.
Oh, dude, that would have been too perfect.
With the 1970 sticker on it, and I am a 1970 model, so it would have been very appropriate.
Well, $60,000 ends up buying the Mercury here on our final day in Fort Worth, Texas. See, I'm always looking out for you.
Thank you, sir.
I may be picky, but I'm also looking out for you.
Thank you.
1967 Mustang coming up.
Yep, with 351 power. That's a factory S-code car. 351 Cleveland with a C6 automatic, style steel wheeled, and double red line tires on this Mustang. 9-inch limited slip rear end. We call that the traction lock. The boys at Ford. It's got a shift kit and a higher stall speed converter in this for a little street skirmish every now and then, I guess.
42, fastback, 42, 42, 45, down 5, down 5, down 5. The other man's got to be 45, down 47, 47, 47.
Yeah, that's all ready for the next MCA Mustang Club of America rally.
47,000 a bid. Anything to get 47,000. 47 to bid, 45, 47 to bid, 45, 7, 58,000 to bid.
One
now
owner
50,
since
and now
2004.
50,000
21 years in the same household.
50,000 to bid, now 50, 48 bid, 50, 48 bid, 50,000, now 50 bid, now
48,000?
50,000
Yeah,
bid.
that's stout money.
Now 15, bid, 50,
Now, this is not
50,000.
a big block car. 351.
52, 50 bid, 52. We get 49, sorry, 50,000. Not gonna 49 is the bid. Reserve is still off 50 up here, 52,000 a bid. Take it two. Now 5, 52.
Some people do consider that 351 Cleveland kind of a bigger block car,
Tweener.
kind of a medium block car.
You want 3?
Well, the reserve's off now at 52 grand.
53.
Down 5, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 5, net you want it, I'd get a bit of a 55,000, and 3 to bid, I'd get a bit of a 4, 53, I'd get a bit of a 54, I'd get a bit of a 3, I'd get a bit of a 4, and I'd have 54,000. Sold 53.
You got her, my friend. Congratulations.
Okay, 53 will take care of that deal.
Look at that picture right there. Black on black, red line, style steel wheels.
It's a good picture.
It is.
2015 Corvette, one of many we have today. This is special, however. It is a Z06 3LZ, Brother Bill.
Look out, 650 horsepower coming your way from that 6.2-liter supercharged LT4. 8-speed automatic transmission with the paddle shifters. Top trim package, the 3LZ premium equipment package with magnetic ride control and the Z06 performance suspension as well. Brembo brakes, factory carbon fiber interior as well. Just all the eyeballs you could ever want. Chrome wheels, the Z06 chrome wheels, which every now and then will pop up on a non-Z06 Corvettes because they're so gorge. Has the glass tops.
Did you just say gorge?
I did.
Wow. Okay. I'm proud of you,
I know,
actually.
because I'm not really that hip. Every now and then. Yeah, those are painted glass tops, of course, not the translucent or the tinted ones.
73 is the bid.
73, Frank Kildonovan there, 74,000, and 73, 74, and 73, 74, reserve is off, sells to the weight, I'd get a bit of a board, 73, 74, I'd have 74,000, sold 73, sold 73.
Yeah.
Okay, drop that hammer at 73.
Love to see somebody get that car. That is a bona fide 200-mile-an-hour Corvette.
All right, let's move on to the first of several turbo 911s. Here's a 2015 911 Turbo S Cabriolet. Chris previewed it for us a little while ago with that 3.8-liter six-cylinder that's been puffed out to put out 620 horsepower, which is more than the 560 that it came stock with. This is a hot 911.
Oh man, you said it. Four-wheel drive, 10-year-old car, and again, the styling on these are so modern that it looks brand new. Really cool color combination of that rhodium silver metallic over that blue interior, and that 7-speed dual clutch transmission. I mean, I know everybody loves a manual, but they designed that thing so well. It shifts a lot quicker than the human can.
It's so fast. Watching this car in the hands of my friend Tanner Faust, and we did Top Gear, I could not believe how quick it is, how consistent it is. With that Turbo S, you get some of those touches on this one that's optioned out with the center lock wheels, the clear taillights on there. This car is just such a monster. And what a deal for no reserve.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. Sometimes no reserve is a strategy. Surprising, actually, that this one would be selling at no reserve, but it is. We love it.
Yeah, 40 plus thousand miles on the odometer, so right there in the pocket of being broken in for a Porsche.
Exactly.
I mean, these cars will run forever. They're so well engineered.
Absolutely right. Okay, Bill, here we go. We showed this to you yesterday. We're going to show it to you again because it's coming up momentarily. Beautiful 1961 Pontiac Catalina with a 389 and a 4-speed on the way.
Prodigious Pontiac power.
Welcome back to Dickies Arena, our home this weekend here in Dallas-Fort Worth. This building, as we told you the other day, opened up in 2019 and cost them a pretty penny of $540 million to build. But everybody thumbs up with the temporary new venue because of the renovations going on at the Dallas Convention Center, where our normal home would be. Here's the 1971 Plymouth Duster Custom.
Yeah, claiming to be Pro Touring. I'm going to call this Pro Touring Light. Not a whole lot of work in the engine room. It is a 440. It's had some upgrades to it. I like to see a little bit more power, but whatever. Automatic transmission. You saw the interior. That's been all reworked, which is good. Hellcat SRT, leather seats with a console. Touchscreen sound system. Underneath, yeah, we've got some work done there as well with upgraded suspension pieces, staggered coils wheels.
Yeah, when I walked up to this car and I saw the Hellcat Red Eye badging on the fenders, I thought for sure I'd look underneath the hood and see that 6.2 supercharged V8.
Yep.
Alas, it's the interior that comes out of the Hellcat Red Eye, not what's under the hood. So
never trust the badge.
Never trust a badge. Shout out to JK. Rest in peace, buddy. Yeah, I mean, that's why they were calling this Pro Touring. Probably is more about the interior than what's under the hood.
Yeah. All right, high fives all around. You know what? That guy predicted this a little while ago. Remember, he stepped out on a bid, said he had a couple of others that he was looking at. This was obviously one of them.
Yeah, well, it was worth the wait.
50 grand. Okay, Bentley Continental GTC from 2021. Oh, man.
I know. What can you say? What a showgirl this is. Twin turbo 4-liter V8. Not the 12-cylinder. This one has 542 horsepower with the 8-speed automatic. Convertible top, of course, power operated. Leather interior, which you'll see in a sec. Bang & Olufsen stereo. Oh, you'll get your tunes big time with that setup. Look at that. The wood, the chrome, the leather. Never get tired of seeing that. 21-inch wheels. Smooth Bentley type ride.
That is big money for these cars, but especially just, you know, it's always so interesting to see the variety of cars that we have here at Mecum. This is just such a perfect example. Going after a purple Duster, then you've got a $170,000 Bentley, and the bid goes on.
Bid goes on. We usually see these Bentley convertibles with the top down, not this time. But anyway, yeah, it's a country mile away from the reserve, I bet.
69 AMC AMX. 390 power here, Bill.
Yep. That was the way so many people went with that AMX back in 69. If they wanted to get into the fray and the whole muscle car chaos. This one with the automatic transmission, the 3-speed. Factory Go Pack. 315 horsepower, by the way, out of that 390. Twin grip rear end, that's again their Posit traction nomenclature. Also has the handling package as well. Frost white and factory red stripes.
Yeah, Dick Teague was a one-man design band at AMC, responsible for not only the AMX, but the Javelin, the Pacer, the Gremlin, pretty much their entire lineup, all from the mind of Dick Teague.
38 reserves off.
These things are so cool. Let's be honest, Chris. If I was around and I was in, you know, like high school to kind of college era, I think we know I'd end up with an AMX back in the day. I'm just too weird to have chosen a Mustang or a Camaro, right? You would have had a cool Mopar. Everybody would have been like, why'd this guy get the weird one? I'm like, it's so cool. Drive it. Look at it.
And we both would have had mullets.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
We would have had a band.
Business in front.
Party in the rear. That's right.
One shot.
Girlfriend, Amber.
Congratulations.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Or one of those names that just has Lynn on the end, like Brittany Lynn, Tammy Lynn.
AMC AMX goes for $41,000. And how about a 1950, another 55?
Yeah.
Chevy 210, total custom build here, guys.
All different, but all so spectacular. Yeah, this got the LS2 V8. That would add 400 horsepower in the beginning, but this one has a Pro Charger. You can see right there, those big air inlets. Ooh. Cold air intake along with that supercharger as well. Tremec 5-speed. Inside, red leather. Seats, console, touchscreen. Beautiful job restitching that interior. Underneath, Willwood power disc brakes. Weld wheels. Black wheels.
And a
bright
super
work all the way
clean,
around
yeah,
there. Yeah.
molding delete, which is kind of cool, clean look. Really gives you the idea of how stout those sides are.
Oh yeah, smoothie indeed.
I
Molding's
like it.
gone. Yeah, nothing on the hood as well. And the trunk's been shaved.
That's a pretty car. A lot of presence to this one.
72K, 75 now.
Yep. And on its way to a new owner.
You got it. 475, as we mentioned. 1960 Corvette will follow it up. And this has been partially restored. Not all the way, but they kind of stayed true to form in the engine compartment here, Bill.
We have had, I think, more customs than pickup trucks today. We have had a lot of custom
I think
cars.
so.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right about this. Very mild makeover on this. It's got the 283 engine that it would have come with originally, but it's been rebuilt. Put a mild upgraded cam in it, a little more power. A 4-speed car as well. Some new wiring as well. Put disc brakes up in the front with the drum brakes in the rear. Of course, disc brakes didn't come along on all four wheels on the Corvette until 1965.
Yeah, the pickup trucks had their party on Thursday and Friday, so.
Never ending. Yeah, not an expensive car, not a big money build here, and that will probably be reflected in the hammer price if we can get a little. Well, I think we're going to sell the car. I think we're right in the heart of the money right now.
52. I got 52.
Boy, wait till you see the next car. Oh, it is a honey. Just a little sneak peek. $52,000 for this Corvette.
So, $52,000, Travis.
And there it is. Trev Morvac hammers that one at $52,000. Oh, and he scores big time. Wait, who did it? Who bought that car? Oh, my goodness. Look at this. 1969 Nicky Camaro Stage 3.
Oh, man, and they were among the first to do it, right, Bill? Those after dealership upgrade operations, Nicky Chevrolet from my hometown of Chicago. And what they did here was they stuffed that big 427 under there, and this is a Stage 3, so this is the up level of that. And what they did with that was put the big Offenheiser intake in there and the dual quads, Bill.
Yeah, Nicky Chicago, right along with Motion Performance in New York, and you had Mr. Norm, of course, doing the Mopars, and it was just a Wild West show from coast to coast. Of course, Yanko, as we've talked about many times, taking factory cars and waving their magic wands and coming up with fabulous muscle cars like this. By the way, this car was judged 985 points out of 1,000 at the Nicky Winter Nationals back in 2012, and to get that kind of a score, that is so close to perfection.
And you just saw that Stinger hood go by. That was an option for this car in 1969. Of course, that Stinger hood making making its debut in 1967 on the Corvettes. But man, does it look cool on a Camaro. Fathom green exterior. I mean, this car has every bell and whistle. Heavily documented car too, so you know that this is a real deal Nicky Camaro.
Yeah, right off the shelf at Nicky Krager SS Wheels. Nicky Pro Stock traction bars and solid rear end. You're going to need a set of traction bars to keep that going straight under power.
Guys, we're at $250,000. The reserve is off, and this Camaro is now the #1 seller of the entire auction. The way it's going, we're going to get to 300 grand pretty quickly. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Holy cow, there we are.
Posi traction rear. What a car.
Yeah, it has documentation that proves its authenticity right from Nicky Chicago, and it's 2 pages long.
All right, the guy on the phone is out. We're going to sell it at $300,000. Oh my goodness.
My mouth is a little dry right now.
That is not quite double of the estimate and the reserve on this car. 300 grand.
Yeah, Nicky still exists today as a performance shop. The original Nicky Chevrolet closed back in the 70s, but the name and the performance aspect has lived on to this day. They're very well represented at McCacken.
Absolutely, and now Nicky Chicago is the name of the shop. Yes, sir. All right, 2021 Bronco First Edition is on the auction block. That's a tough act to follow. We're not asking that much out of this truck, certainly.
Yeah. Well, you'll notice the red, white, and blue motif with the stars and stripes. Originally designed by Chip Foose and built for the Gary Sinise Foundation. First edition, lightning blue color, Sasquatch package, twin turbo, 2.7 EcoBoost V6 engine, Magna Flow, custom ceramic coated exhaust. All good stuff. Terrain management, embroidered headrest, absurd t-shirts embroidery.
Yeah, this build is near and dear to my heart. I was involved with the creation of this car back in 2021, as you said, for the benefit of the Gary Sinise Foundation, which, of course, builds homes for veterans who were wounded in combat. It's such a great foundation.
Well, that Bronco just sold for $40,000. And drum roll, please, from our resident drummer in the group, Bill Stevens. Man, you've been waiting for this one for a couple of days, and I have too. It's on the block now. A 1961 Catalina Bristol Blue convertible, tritone interior, special Mickey Thompson engine that we're taking a look at there on the right.
Right. Let's talk about that engine. That's got Mickey Thompson provenance on it. Of course, Mickey Thompson was a big proponent of Pontiac performance. You'll remember the Challenger land speed car that had 4 Pontiac engines in it, and of course it drag raced with Pontiacs as well. So yeah, that makes this car special. The block's been ported, polished, balanced. Tri-power setup, as you may have seen, Bellinger headers, dual exhaust, and that factory Borg-Warner T10 4-speed transmission. Oh, good stuff everywhere. Her shifter, safety track rear end with 323 gears. Everything's detailed, top and bottom. Factory steering wheel and dash have all been restored. Upgraded Pontiac stereo. Oh dear. And I'm glad the top is down. You can see what's going on inside.
Man, that's a strong car, and it's gonna take a bunch more than 60 to buy it, I think.
Yeah.
So it'll go to the bid goes on.
8 lug wheels, homina, homina, homina.
What a beauty. Let's stay in the Pontiac family and check out a 58 Bonneville convertible now.
Our second one, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right.
Bonnie. 3,096 of these were built in 1958. 370 cubic inch tri-power V8 engine. And of course, in 1958, you get both a fixed roof and a convertible in the Bonneville. Not available in 57 was the hardtop. Power steering and brakes, all the stuff that you would expect in these late 1950s Bonnevilles. Leather interior, the spotlight with the mirror on the back side, Continental spare tire cover in the back.
Can I tell you, Bill, what really jumps out about this car to me as it's rolling down here? The way that the letters are each individual there on the hood edge there, spelling out Bonneville. Like, there were just so many little different details in this era of cars that really were like jewelry, right? Like the way you guys kind of explained the jewelry that's on the cars. And you see that beautiful flanking there on the side. I mean, just, it's like this Art Deco rolling masterpiece.
And that's Harley Earl. And he told his designers, listen, fellas, the competition is very stiff in this category. We have got to outglitz the competition, and that was one of the things they did.
$125,000. Wow, what a car. That is going to wrap up a segment for us, and we'll take a quick break and be back to Fort Worth in a moment. Stay with us.
No, I'm not a little like you.
Our coverage rolls on here on ESPN Plus. Thanks so much for being with us live today on a spectacular Saturday in Fort Worth. We're going to continue with some heavy hitters still to come. We've got lots of spots to fill on that top seller list. When we're done here, you see it lower left, we'll head to Vegas, and our coverage begins on November 14th. Bill Stevens, how about this 1970 GTO Ram Air 4?
Suddenly I'm Natalie Cole. I got love on my mind. Oh, baby. One of only 302 Ram Air 4 GTOs produced in 1970 with that close ratio 4-speed manual transmission. 370 horsepower. And that is underrated, trust me, and anybody who knows the truth. That motor makes easily 400 or more. Safety track, differential, better known as positive traction to other General Motors aficionados. Power steering and brakes, rally gauge cluster, and rally 2 wheels. With all that documentation from PHS.
You know where you could take a car like this? I'd take it way down yonder to the Chattahoochee. This was previously owned by Noonan, Georgia, my town next door. No, they were previously owned by Alan Jackson, the country store.
Nice. Yep. You can take this car anywhere. What a cool combination of colors, exterior and interior, by the way.
Yeah. Can you see it, Chris? A pyramid of cans in the pale moonlight, just talking about cars and dreaming about women.
Did Alan Jackson ever do like a Love on My Mind? That would have been the perfect combination.
That would have been really, then we would hit both, right? Both references.
Boy. Pepper green over saddle. Yummy.
That is sweet, isn't it?
Reserve is off. Oh, boy.
And it just hammered at $120,000. And the Alan Jackson cutout there, I presume, goes with the car.
I want a car with a Rutledge wood cutout.
Oh, man.
Can MagnaFlow make that happen for me?
I mean, it's going to sound weird, but I have one at the house.
Oh, good. Send it to me, will you?
Done.
You guys.
COD.
1969 280 SE convertible. And if you were paying attention earlier, you might have remembered Danielle, I think, gave us the once-over on this car. And now it's up for sale on the auction block here in Fort Worth.
Up she goes. We predicted this would be a 6-figure car if we can get the bidding Up a little further, we'll be there. $2.8 liter inline six with mechanical fuel injection, but you know, it's really not the power plant that makes this such a sensation. Just the build quality, the luxury, the ride, and just the exclusivity as well. Yeah, it couldn't make six figures, and I guarantee you, you'll have to spend that much to buy that Mercedes.
Well, I would agree with that. I think a lot of people would too. Okay, Nova Supersport 1970 rolling our way, and we've talked about how rampant and widespread these were on high school and college parking lots all over the place in the late 70s and 80s, man.
Well, the ones that had this power plant, those kids probably going to spend a couple of nights in jail. This has got the L78 375 horsepower 396 with a 4-speed M20 Muncie. Yeah, this was the king of the street. And you think the top is sanitary? Let me treat you to the underside of this Nova.
Oh, okay.
In 2 chapters. Look at that. Look at those floor pans, man. You can eat off of those. Suspension, exhaust system. See the third member. Every bell housing I ever had oil dripping off of it.
Right?
Now I'm looking at this one. And that is spotless.
That's a work of art, Bill.
It really is. I'm glad we got a chance to see that. Oh, and look at the bidding while we're admiring the chassis.
Oh, yeah, 190, and I think now 200. The reserve came off at 125. I think that's right.
Oh, Scott, what are we watching here? Cortez Silver, that's a big fave. Black interior.
We're watching a perfect restoration is what we're watching. Wow, top to bottom, as Bill pointed out with that undercarriage cam. Beautiful.
Original sales invoice and window sticker and broadcast sheet. And the chassis has a separate broadcast sheet as well during the build, and that comes with the car, the pre-delivery checklist, owner's manual, protective plate.
Guys, we have a $105,000 bump since the reserve was lifted. Just so you know.
People have been waiting for this car.
Would you give 250? Would you give 250?
He's not in. It's the internet.
Well, you're not him. 250. I get 250. 250.
You want
250.
I think that's the same guy that got the Nicky Camaro.
230 on the internet.
He's going big today.
Wow, what a
top
shopping spree.
Oh, I can't do that. I can do 235.
You know, it's funny, the internet's got the winning
35.
bid right now, and maybe they saw the undercarriage cam and saw how nice that was.
Yeah, that spiked them up a little.
250. I need to get down 250. I get 235. 50. I'm at 235 bid. 250. And now 250. 240. Stuck. 50. Got it. 60. 250.
Wow, the internet's back.
260.
Thank you.
Oh, looks like
At
the dial came back in. I got 250.
Wow, I don't think, Scott, I would ever think that model Nova SS would get this kind of money, but this car is so pretty, right?
Exactly.
Wow.
Holy cow, double since the reserve came off.
That's awesome. Good
Not
for
a
them.
Yanko. You go right down the line. And
That was fun.
This
Man.
is big money.
Put that in your memory banks, folks. That is a Mecum moment.
Oh, wow.
$250,000. Wow. Okay, let's see what happens with the 1958 Corvette.
Super restoration on this. Has the dual 4 barrels. The Carter AFBs on this engine, 270 horsepower on that 283 with a 4-speed. Snowcrest white, the main color with silver codes. Al Knock interior, one of the best out there when it comes to doing a restoration on any Corvette interior. 15-inch wheels. And Coker Classic wide white wall tires with the correct wheel covers as well.
Anybody give $75,000 for it?
Hey man, all the design touches that showed up on the 58. My favorite are those tail lights, man. Those covered flush-mounted lenses are just so iconic and so beautiful. They continue to use them for the next 3 years. I believe the round tail lights didn't show up until 61.
Yes, sir.
75. And the reserve is off here.
So,
Jimmy Landis hammers it there.
Scott, I'm just realizing that this auction, it's a lot like the TV show Let's Make a Deal, and they're like, I'll take what's behind door number 1, and one of them's going to have a Nova that's perfectly restored that goes for almost $250,000, then a Corvette, and then you look at the next door. Like, this is just, it's unbelievable what's happening. I love it.
Haven't heard that comparison before. By the way, I'll give you $100 for a hard-boiled egg.
We'll take it.
Okay, Monty.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, man. Okay, Lincoln Zephyr, 1940.
Yeah, this is the V12. Probably the most compact V12 you're ever going to see. Ferrari may have made a V12 in basically this displacement, but this is only a 292 cubic inch V12. About 100 horsepower or so. 3-speed manual transmission with that Columbia 2-speed rear end. So, you know, rather than an overdrive transmission, you had a 2-speed rear end, and so you had one for acceleration and one for mileage.
It's funny, I think I've seen more of these hot rodded than I have in a, you know, kind of original condition like this.
Right, exactly.
You get such a different presence when you see it with that V12 still up in the air with the big white walls. What a beautiful silhouette of a car.
Boy, this has been treated, by the way, with the classic car owner's best friend, the POR15. That is that rust proofing. That is really, you know, that is like ironclad rust proofing, that stuff.
Well, Rutledge, to your point, when you do see one that's more normal appearing, you get the idea, you can see where the customizers are going, hey, this is a really good platform to start something with. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just, I mean, that silhouette is so massive, but you see why a hot rodder can say, all right, let's get it down in the weeds, let's section it, let's cut a little out here.
Yes, indeed. And a $100,000 hammer price for that Zephyr. Okay, the 2018 Challenger SRT Demon is next. A car that created a massive buzz and still a lot of attention grabbing going on here.
Yeah, only 3,000 made for the domestic market, 300 for the Canadian market. This is a low VIN, number 78 of that run. Octane red exterior, black interior. This one has both the dollar options of passenger seat and rear seat, which was a little homage back to Dodge's racing days in the 60s. Sunroof car as well, and this was a legendary car when it first came out in 2018. Of course, the performance of this car, just nuts. 840 horsepower when you maximize its potential on that 6.2-liter supercharged V8. Just cool, cool, cool. And of course, the D170, which came out in 2023, mimicked its production of 3,000 domestic and 300 Canadian.
Chris, remind me, is this the one that you were at the launch when they brought it in with the helicopter?
That was the D170. I also hosted the debut of this car in New York City in 2018, which was amazing because they did the wheel lift inside a warehouse. It was incredible.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I love how connected you are, man. That's amazing.
I love Dodge.
A high bid here at $90,000, so we're going to cut that one loose and let it go dance over. The bid goes on desk for a little bit. And take a look at a 1962 Ford F100.
Slamorama, low she goes on this F100. Fuel-injected Coyote Tremec T56 6-speed manual and a Ford 9-inch rear end. Each and every one of those pieces right there are bulletproof. Wimbledon white, custom brown metallic side stripes, as you can see. And inside, there you go. They've replaced the seating. Got a special aftermarket shifter. It looks like a Hurst shifter there. And some instruments there that are kind of cool. They've been replaced. It's got vintage hair in there.
And Bill, it's a unibody. We don't usually see the unibodies done with this much sort of style. They were kind of put in a little bit different category. But boy, talk about on the ground, perfect offset on there. Got the little stripe kit going on. That thing's tough.
Yeah. Unibody, of course, that's in contrast to the full frame, body on frame construction that we're so familiar with. And, you know, the unibodies, you know, they are probably not as rugged, would you say, as the body on frame. You know, I mean, they're not exactly spaghetti, but, you know, those body on frame chassis seem to take higher horsepower a little easier.
Beautiful wheel treatment on this truck too. These coasters, the brass centers and the brushed hoops really make the rest of this truck stand out. Kind of picks up a little bit of the strobe stripe color too. Nice effect.
130,000 is enough to lift that reserve.
Give 140. I'll take it. 135,000 is bid. 140. 140,000. 135 bid. 140 bid. Anybody give 140? 135 bid. Anybody give 140? Look, you did all the hard work. You owned it the longest. Give 140. 140. Oh. Showed his hand. 137.5. 140. 140. 140. 137,500 is the bid. 140.
It was weak. Give me
Last
140. One time. Hey, we'll take it.
140's bid. 142.5. 140,000, 142.5. Anybody give 142.5? He's going to be driving your truck.
Yep, he sure is. And I'm going to sell it.
$142,500. 145. 145,000. 145,000.
Are you absolutely
145?
You want to take it over, bud?
145.
No, I don't have.
So $142,500 gets to drive his own truck. So
Well, 142.5. We'll take care of that F100. Next on the block, look out, everyone. It is a 1963 split window coupe. Oh, my goodness. Be still my heart. Hold me back, Bill Stevens.
Oh.
My favorite color, Daytona blue. You know that.
I know, and you can't hold me back because I'm going to be busy holding you. So
we have a problem.
It's going to be too complicated. Oh, yeah, that Daytona blue, what a winner that is, huh? It's got the 340 horse solid lifter, 327, the L76 code engine. Good motor. That comes with a Holley 4-barrel carburetor. This one with a 4-speed manual and factory air conditioning. One of only 278 that came through with factory air. And it's got power steering and power brakes. And those were not common. Those were not standard in 1963. Those are options. As was the AM/FM radio and the tinted glass. This is a loaded Corvette.
140.
You want me to try and split that? Nope.
I think that's a respray, don't you? They've updated that Daytona blue.
I don't think you could get that old DuPont lucite to glow like that.
No. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Maybe we'll cross paths in the year.
But no reserve. That's the key, man.
Pretty fearless for the consignor, but I think he knew what he had. And he's not taking that big a risk.
And $140,000 later, that has found new ownership. And congratulations to the new guy who owns it.
Oh, and yeah, count me in on that. And again, a split window coupe, non-fuelie that gets heavy money.
Yep. Here's a 1955 example.
Yeah, this is a real 1955 Corvette, by the way, and we've got to say that because there are some very convincing C1 Corvette replicas out there. The 53s and 4s and 5s are being built, but this is a genuine General Motors built Corvette.
By the way, Bill, check your watch. What time is it?
Is the Corvette o'clock already?
Oh, baby, is it ever.
Oh, good.
Bill, you may have mentioned that you had to identify it as a real deal 54 because 55 because maybe this color might throw people off. This is Harvest Gold. It was an unusual color for 1955. Of the 700 Roadsters produced, only 120 were finished in this Harvest Gold. And you see the Chevrolet logo on the fender right there. That V, that's what proclaims it as a V8, and that was at the urging of one Zora Arcos-Duntov, convinced Corvette to stuff that V8 into the Corvette.
First year for that, the 195 horsepower 265.
And that one hammers for $115,000, the second of a dozen Corvettes consecutively running here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. Here is the third in the line, and this one may be the hottest of them all. It is a 1966 custom.
Hydraulic hood, gotta love that.
Oh yeah, the power hood, right. Yeah, we're gonna get original cars restored and some customs like this one here with a 500 horse LS3, a Tremec 5-speed, and Art Morrison chassis we've talked about. Big brakes from a Z06, power steering in fact, and power brakes and power windows and power hood kind of add that whole power package to this vet. Vintage air and heat, leather interior, and an excellent build that easily deserves six-figure bidding, and the reserve comes off at $170,000.
If you look at this car from the front, you might be mistaken when you're thinking it's a 67 because that is the Stinger hood. However, they probably had to use that to fit that LS swap underneath there.
So, $170,000.
And this 66 custom gavels at $170,000.
As purists might also notice that they used a 63 gas cap in there, so a little bit of flavor from a lot of the mid-years all done up in this custom.
Well, this is interesting. We had this 66 with the 67 big block hood. We had that Nicky Camaro that had it, and now we've got a 64 Corvette with the same Stinger hood. It's Stinger hood o'clock.
I was going to say, I think my brother-in-law is selling them out there. He's got a booth set up. I don't know. Look at this Corvette. This, again, is one of these high-end, no expense spared builds that we love to see. 7-liter LS7 with 505 horsepower and that Tremec 5-speed manual. Street Shop chassis, one of those aftermarket chassis that we see. There's Art Morrison, there's Street Shop, there's Race Shop, people like that. With C4 suspension underneath from a Corvette, power rack and steering, and Z06 4-wheel disc brakes. Inside, vintage air, 2A1 coilover shocks. Money everywhere, aluminum radiator, dry sump oiling,
120.
and the chrome C6 Z06 wheels.
125. 125.
That is a smoothie.
$120,000 bid. 125.
You change your mind, we have the service called the
Close bid there. $120,000 and the bid goes on.
Now $120,000. The bid goes on for this one. Unless they reopen it. Are they going to do that?
$150,000 bid.
I guess not. So bid goes on, and we will return to Fort Worth at Dickies Arena in just a moment.
Yeah, he said it's up to you. It's your money. Go ahead and spend it. Am I wrong? Go ahead. It's your money. Things changed all of a sudden. Jeez. Maybe she wasn't looking in shock. She was
No, I've seen that look before, and it's not shock, Jim.
I've got 40. Now 41. She'll forgive you. She will. Yeah, she will. She says she won't, but she will.
and she'll learn to like it. She didn't even let me finish talking. Sir, if you'll raise her bid to 55, I can then sell it to you. There's not going to be an after-show show for this one. You're not going to be able to go over there till the bid goes on and make an offer and see if you can get it bought. You're not going to be able to do that because it's going to sell right now. 42. Sold. $60,000. Laura.
Is this Jimmy Landis or Dr. Phil?
Maybe
Not
a
quite
little bit
sure.
of maybe a little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
Well, he is our lead auctioneer with Mecum Auctions. As we welcome you back to our live coverage here, and that Corvette Grand Sport just sold for 40 grand, Bill.
Oh, dig those cars, man. It's got that LT4, 330 horse 350 with a 6-speed manual and the red, white, and blue, and that 1 year only presentation. Excellent, excellent Corvette.
So we move from the Grand Sport to a 50th anniversary from 2003.
1953, year one, and 50 years later, we are still celebrating the Corvette 50th anniversary. Odometer reads a scant 15,000 miles plus, and one of 7,547 of these Corvettes produced. Anniversary red, 350 horsepower, 5.7 V8. This one with an automatic transmission and the magnetic selective ride control, head-up display, power telescopic steering column, and it is immaculate.
$22,000.
Champagne painted aluminum wheels. We've seen those before.
Now somebody give 25. We got 22.
And they look great.
25, 22, 25, 22, two in a row, 22, 25. Got 22,000. Anybody get 20?
Not an overly expensive automobile either.
Reserve is off. 22.
Well, the reserve comes off.
$5,000. 22. Anybody get 23?
Low 20s, huh?
So $22,000.
Now offering us 142, 2012 Corvette.
There it is, $22,000 for another anniversary Corvette. Well, want to welcome a brand new sponsor here to Mecum Auctions, Real Garage Life. They are on the scene, and they feature Advantage lifts, Backyard Buddy, Warren Steel Specialties, so much more that will help you outfit your entire garage. You might not even need a lift, but they've got all the other stuff to go along with it to make your garage ready to go. Rutledge Woods standing by right now with our Real Garage Life preview.
Scott, I think if I owned this beautiful 1969 Ford Bronco that was built by Velocity Restorations down in Pensacola, Florida, I would really want to visit Real Garage Life. Let me show you this beautiful car. So you've got a custom lift on here. It's got a powder-coated frame. Antimatter blue is the paint color on the outside. When you see the inside, though, you really see where all the work went in this vehicle. It's got a Coyote under the hood, but you can see everywhere the diamond stitching, even in the back seat when you look down on the floor, and how they used almost a little bit of barnwood here to really tell the story of how rugged this thing is. And when you look down here, the uncut fenders, and you check out these 17-inch wheels, you realize the underneath side of this looks just as good. Take a look. They obviously spent a lot of time making sure every detail on this Bronco was paid attention to for good reason. When you build something like this, you want to do it right, and they put a ton of time into the underside. When you go to realgaragelife.com, you can download their app or in the App Store, and you can actually use their augmented reality and put in pictures of your own garage, figure out, okay, do I have room for a 2-post lift, a 4-post lift? You can decorate everything the way you would want to have your perfect dream garage. That's why you go to realgaragelife.com, Scott. And this one is a looker. I would definitely have a lift and keep this thing looking so good if it was mine.
Oh, no question, Rutledge. Thank you very much for that, and thanks to the folks at Real Garage Life for partnering up with us at Mecum Auctions. Very, very cool. All right, Bill, man, I am so bummed that this car was not in yesterday's show for Halloween, but it's okay. It's still very cool. It's a 2019 Corvette ZR1, man. Top of the heap in that generation.
Oh, man, it's the Mount Everest of Corvettes back in 2019. 755 horsepower out of that LT5, supercharged and Got the 8-speed automatic transmission. You get a manual as well, but the manual transmission is special in these ZR1s because this is the last production Corvette that will have a 3-pedal manual transmission. C8s came in, and that was the end of the manual. This has the 3 ZR Premium Equipment Group. It's loaded. ZR1 Sebring Orange design package. Only 197 of these were produced with that, with the ZTK track package. Magnetic selective ride control and heated and ventilated seats. I'll tell you, you stab the throttle, you're not going to need a heated seat because I'll tell you, your whole body is going to go up 100 degrees. They are fast.
Well, from the ZR1, we're going to swing the cameras over and catch a Z06 from 2023.
670 horse in this, the Z06 with that flat plane crank V8. 8-speed dual clutch automatic. Carbon ceramic brakes, dark gray calipers. And underneath, all the suspension and braking that a car with this kind of performance potential needs. Adjustable height for the front with memory. Accelerate Yellow Metallic, by the way, is the name of that color. Jet black interior. One owner car, a little over 5,000 miles on the odometer. 100 won't make it.
So they will continue to work on it at the bid goes on desk. And we will take a quick break again and resume. A lot of good stuff still to come. That wraps up Corvette O'Clock, by the way. There will be more. Welcome back to Mecum, Dallas Fort Worth. We are in Fort Worth at Dickies Arena, and coming up here in just a matter of moments, 2 Ford Thunderbirds. A black one from 1957, a red one from 56. They are both out of the restoration shop of Amos Minter. Amos and his son Justin. We'll talk more about these cars when they reach the auction block here in a few moments, but some fantastic cars and even better stories to go with them. On the block right now, however, we have a red 57 Bel Air convertible.
We got a best of show winner right here. 5.7 liter LS power, another one of those LS transplants. Y-end Ram Air aluminum intake manifold, providing the induction, frame-off restoration, of course. 4L60E automatic transmission as well. A lot of polishing, a lot of chrome, a lot of finish work inside and out. There's the interior. Man, oh man. Beautiful glove soft leather throughout the interior. So much has been done to this car. Nothing has been Mickey Moused. It is perfect in every detail. And it's not going to sell at this moment in time.
Nope. At 140, it'll be short of the mark. 1967 Chevy 2 Nova is next. And the first thing that jumps out at me here, Bill, is the wheel and tire treatment on this one. A little bit unusual. We don't see this very often.
Scott, this car had better have a lot of rubber on it. Let's talk about the power. 540 horsepower out of a 427. Wow. Yeah, and that is a Mark IV 427. That is a big block 427 with aluminum cylinder heads and a roller cam. Roller rockers, Holly, electronic fuel injection, a lot of upgrades inside that engine that we can't see. It's got a race-ready 700 R4 automatic. You saw the interior, new bucket seats and a new console and Dakota digital gauges. Brand new headliner and carpets. Money spent everywhere. Aluminum drive shaft, rack and pinion steering, upgraded suspension featuring QA1 components. 9-inch Moser rear end with an aluminum center section.
And those wheels I mentioned are they're custom Weld racing wheels.
Yeah, Weld makes mostly racing wheels. That really is their stock and trade, building wheels that you'll see on race cars a lot. Willwood disc brakes right behind the wheels.
90 pounds another bit, 90. 85 pound now, 90. 85 bid,
85 is the current bid.
What a street machine.
Anybody else? $90,000 on it. You're Donnie bid, $190,000. $90,000. Here we go. $190,000 bid. You're $90,000.
Cowl induction hood. Mickey Thompson rubber.
$85,000. $90,000 bid. You want to give 87?
411 gears. Hooker headers.
$87,000. Anybody else? 85, 87,000. Close bid at 85,000 if it goes on at 85.
All right, 85 is the high bid for that Chevy 2 Nova. And next up, a pair of T-Birds. We'll start with 1957 here from Amos and Justin Minter. Very well known around the country as one of the top restoration houses for Thunderbirds. They do other cars as well, but Amos really specializes in the Thunderbirds. This car, Bill, one of the top 5 at the Thunderbird Nationals last month. It scored 99.5 out of 100, got the Gold Award and the Gold Medallion Award.
Hey, there's a quick look at Justin there doing something around the back of that car. These truly are the crown jewels of Generation 1 Thunderbirds. One of 1,499 E-codes. That's that dual quad engine, 2 4-barrels with 270 horsepower on top of the 312 cubic inch Y-block engine. California car was sold new in Los Angeles back in 1957, and they have the original factory invoice. Raven black, red interior, and a 3-speed, are you ready, manual transmission. Another thing we don't normally see in these early birds.
You know, Amos has been restoring birds since the early 70s, believe it or not. He actually called Ford and said, hey, you've built your Thunderbirds way better than the Mustangs, and I want to make sure that the Thunderbird faithful can continue to own them and take care of them. You see the bid goes on this one, and they turned them loose. In fact, Amos used to work in IT before anybody knew what IT was for Ross Perot. Frank Sinatra bought a 57 T-Bird from Amos, and in fact, a couple of months before Sinatra passed away, he called Amos and he said, hey, do you want to buy my car back? And Amos said, absolutely.
Yeah, how about that?
Great story. Had a chance to visit with Amos and Justin the other day. Just so special people. You saw the bid goes on the 57, now to the 56. At 45,000, the current bid.
Yeah, 1956, things a little bit different. We weren't doing dual quads back in 1956. This one has the 312 cube Y-block with a 4-barrel on it. 3-speed automatic transmission on this one, torch red. And of course, that Minter ground-up restoration. Front disc brakes, upgrade there with dual master cylinders. In-dash air from Classic Auto Air. AM/FM radio as well. That's a nice extra. Real Thunderbird wire wheels. And there's Frank with Mr. Minter.
I wish I could.
Would this be a good time to do my Ross Perot impression, or I probably should?
Your Ross Perot impression?
Yeah, I did it for you earlier.
Yeah, you did when we were off the air.
I notice you're not begging me to do it again.
I'm not so sure that any time is a good time for.
Glad I checked first.
Can I finish? Can Bill finish?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Guys, mine is better, but whatever.
Take your word for it.
There is Frank Mecum with Amos Minter on the left.
Last stop, 52.
Yep, thank you. Yep.
53.
Well, they're going to come up a little bit short on those two cars. So they're still available. And we will move to a 1970 Chevelle. This is a real deal LS5 convertible. Little brother to the LS6, if you will.
Yeah, painstaking restoration on this car. This is the hydraulic lifter 454. 1970, 360 horsepower. Muncie 4-speed, nice. 12-bolt rear end, you bet. Power steering. Willwood, 4-wheel power disc brakes. Not original, of course. Vintage air, cowl induction hood. And that top that we are so grateful that is retracted, power operated. 17-inch aluminum SS wheels. So they are certainly larger than would have been factory issue.
As I got to be honest, when you see one of these done right, it's hard not to want this in your garage. Like I've always thought I want kind of a big body convertible, especially with the manual transmission. That would be it. That'd be a dream come true right there.
Well, pre-1970 Chevelles were beauty queens, and when the 70 came in, tell you, they forgot about the earlier ones because the styling of these cars, just sensational. And they stayed with it for the next couple years.
Bill, did they put the LS6 into convertibles?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Those are big paper cars.
So those are the
numbers matching LS6 convertible 4-speed. That's the gold standard.
Didn't they make like 20 of them?
Very rare.
Something like that. Thing is, though, we don't have the production now. They're not hard production numbers that we can go on.
Yeah, that's hard to authenticate with GM cars.
Right.
They made an LS6 El Camino, too, if you can believe that.
Okay, 1025. That buys the LS5 here from 1970. It's a good car. Okay, here we have the 2009 Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren on the block.
617 horsepower out of that 5.4-liter supercharged twin intercooled V8 engine. 5-speed automatic. See AMG branding all the way throughout this Mercedes-Benz. Tons of extras, options, features, comfort, convenience, performance. Yeah, I remember when these cars debuted. Those flyaway doors, those Lambo doors, that stopped everyone's clock when they saw these.
I think the thing that everyone is thinking is this color. How unusual is this color?
Yeah,
it's a factory color, and if so, how many of these were made? Because I've only seen them in silver and black.
Yeah, I think, Bill, this was the Elfenbein Ivory, which was a paint color that was on the 65 300 SL, but this was a one-of-one paint to sample in the Roadster like this. It's really interesting, Bill, with that red interior and the red and black kind of almost looks like a perforated top, but what an interesting color combo.
Yep. You know, and when you take a car like this that's already pretty exclusive and you do that kind of paint on it, everybody that wants something that their rich buddy doesn't have is going to want to own this.
And it's funny because I don't think I could have ever imagined this car in this color, because I think in my mind they were all silver or black. But it does look really cool. It looks so different like that.
Breaking news, guys. The reserve is off at $355,000, and that leapfrogs everybody into the top spot so far.
355. Last call.
3 modes on that AMG Speed Shift. You had Comfort Sport, manual programs, electronics everywhere, from bumper to bumper.
And the exhaust that exits just behind the front wheel is such a cool touch on these cars also. I love that.
$355,000. Number one for today.
Gets you up close to 200 miles an hour, too.
Oh, that Nicky Camaro had a short-lived run at the top, but it's been knocked off.
I figured it was not going to last long, man. Too many good candidates. Hey, you know what? If you want to be in the top 10, you've got to be at 125 or above today. 130 is the current bid. Are you kidding me on this Chevy 2 Nova from 1966?
Let Let me explain why. All of the body and paint done by the guys at Richardson Customs. They do excellent work. Everything they do is top-notch. That's an LS under there. And as you can see, a lot of hand fabrication went into the construction of that engine and the interior of the engine compartment. 4L65E automatic, black leather interior. Now, we just kind of throw away that word leather, but let me tell you something. To stitch black leather in a custom, that's not cheap. Vintage air, Willwood 12-inch disc brakes, cruise control, tilt steering column from Flaming River with Dakota digital gauges as well, and a Kenwood stereo. And the workmanship, the finish work, speaks for itself. Shot wheels, 17s up front, 18s in the back.
And we have reached the six-figure section of Saturday here at Mecum. It's you can feel the adrenaline amping up in the room. This is really amazing.
No question about it.
You're right, Chris.
And it's going to get better too.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
That's what's crazy, Scott. You feel that, and I got to give it a shout out again. These folks in Texas really understand perfect wheel fitment. The 17s up front, the 18s in the back. Bill, you got to admit they fill that rear wheel well perfect.
It really does take some understanding of the suspension, the size of the wheel, the rubber, how much room you have to work with. And, of course, not only is ride height important, but clearance, going over bumps or whatever. You know, you really have to put some thought into being able to do it like that.
Yeah, well, you know what? Should have known that going in. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Pull it.
Reserve off, it is.
135 you, I'll write up the ticket.
Thank you, Blake. 142.5
$45,000.
is the number right now. Russ Conklin, is he going to hammer it there? Yes. And so that one goes into the top 10 easily. And we'll take a break. More top 10 cars, top sellers perhaps coming up. A 1966 Corvette and a 1970 Superbird right behind it. Hello.
Welcome back to our final day in Fort Worth. We are going out in style, showing you some of the best that's crossing the block in just a little bit. Every show has a favorite. It took me 3 days, but I finally found mine. 2022 Land Rover Defender, completely tricked out. This thing has everything done by Osprey Custom. This custom house is out of North Carolina. This front grille, completely custom, kind of gives you a Mercedes G-Wagon feel inside a power plant, but appropriate for the size and wheel well base of the car. You're gonna get that Corvette LS3 V8 engine, an output of 435 horsepower, all custom throughout. I turned it on just a little bit ago. Okay, we have somebody in here turning it on now, perhaps a potential buyer. Jay, come around this way. I want to show them. This is actually a completely custom system. So the computer is booting up now. There's actually a mini PC connected to the LS engine that's going to give you those gauge outputs. You see the 12-inch screen in there as well, the black diamond stitching, all premium work. This is one of my favorite features as we come on back to the rear smoked black glass that shows you a really roomy back seat. This is a 9-passenger Defender because you have these 4 side-facing seats in the rear. It is done right, top to bottom, guys. Cannot wait to see this cross the block. I think 6-figure truck all day long, and I want it, Scott. I want it to be mine.
Well, it's taking that computer long enough to boot up inside that truck.
I had it all ready to go, and then we had a gentleman turn the car off, turn it back on. So
all good.
Here it is now. But I've been playing around with it. This thing's pretty sweet.
All good. It's coming up, Danielle. Thank you very much. Corvette power in that too. That's kind of
Next time Danielle does a NASCAR event, she could get the starting field inside that truck.
Very true. All right, let's bring you back in here to the arena. Dickey's Arena with a Desert Dynamics custom dune buggy, 1965.
That just kind of puts a smile on my face. I don't know. It's kind of like if the Moon Rover and a golf cart did the wild thing, that'd be the result. I don't know.
Yep.
Desert Dynamics custom buggy. It's LS powered. Got an LS1, 350 horse. It's got nav, it's got carbon fiber stuff in it, and you can see that that's his long travel suspension, so crawling over anything.
Surprisingly, Rutledge has opted out of the commentary on that.
But why is that?
I don't know. Okay, let's go back to 1970, shall we? With, wow, an Olds 442 W30.
Money, 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 money. 1970, that was the high watermark for the W30, 370 factory-rated horsepower out of that big 455. And of course, we hasten to remind you that in 1970, General Motors put an end to that limitation on displacement in their downsized cars, and all the divisions went nuts. So this 455 is ready for the drags. This was a factory blueprinted engine. This one has got all the paperwork, all the documentation that goes along with it. And some people who know these cars have said, they have been quoted as saying, the finest original W30 that you will find.
Wow.
Yes, M21 4-speed. And look at the very austere kind of down market look to it, but nothing down market about what this car could do.
Well, which totally works in its favor, in my opinion. I love the color-matched wheels, the dog dish hubcaps, the blue on blue. Man, what a great-looking car. And somebody out there loves it as much as me because they're offering $180,000 for it.
Not a surprise.
Big money. I always wonder, Bill, when you think about the numbers these cars turned out, if they had the tire technology today, think of the numbers some of these things would have reached.
You are so right, Rutledge, because now when you go to the vintage drag races and people put modern rubber on these vintage muscle cars, kind of tires you couldn't get back in the 70s, they turn 11-second quarter miles, which they could never do back then.
Well, that's enough to bring that guy up out of his chair. You know, the reserve came off at around 120, and it sold for 185.
Yeah, I knew that'd be a hot item.
Custom Corvette built by Weaver Custom. It features a GM Performance LT1 crate engine.
Okay, to the 66 Corvette and the Superbird that we had for you. We previewed it really briefly going to the commercial break a little while ago. First, the Corvette, 1966, custom. Again, another Stinger hood on a 66 Vet.
Yeah, this one done by my friends at Weaver Customs out of Utah, and this is one of the most stellar Corvette customizations I've ever seen. If you're here at Mecum, get a chance to see this car up close because the materials that they used are unbelievable. That interior is the softest and most supple Italian leather I've ever felt. And yeah, Bill, I mean, you can go through the list of upgrades here. It is endless.
Yeah, a lot of hand fabrication on this Corvette, and as you can see, the bidders understand that. We're into the $230,000 neighborhood. And that did not take long. GM Performance, 6.2 liter, 455 horsepower crate engine with a 4L70E automatic transmission. Aftermarket chassis from Roadster Shop with a C7 independent front and rear suspension. Willwood brakes hanging on all four corners. Camorra Gray is the name of the color. Definitely an aftermarket color. Silver Stinger. Dakota Gage's vintage air. Oh, on and on and on and on.
Bill, this is one of those cars that is a total package. Every single inch of this car has had incredible detail paid to it to make it better. The way that those redline tires, those perfectly offset wheels complement the side skirts, the side pipes, the hood, and how it's actuated to go up and down. I mean, just everything about it is just first class.
265, 270, 265 pounds, 270, 265 pounds, 270 pounds, and get 270, sir.
That's to the 265.
270, 270,
Get worked out,
270, 265, 270 pounds, and on a bit. 270 pounds, that's it. 265, 270, anybody else? 260 pounds a bit. 270 pounds and $1.90. Mecum Rural.
290.
Raise your bid at 290 pounds and $1. Drop and drop the hammer.
Okay.
Raise your bid at 290. Nobody else can bid. It'll be your car. Get 290. Give $290,000, sir. Raise your bid to $290.
Okay. There ain't any wiggle room in there to try to get it. I mean, there's a lot of room between 265 and 290.
Give $290,000, sir. Give $290.
I don't think he's going to do it. But
275.
Yeah, they might meet in the middle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Stranger things have happened.
Give me anything to work with.
Give
270.
You got two?
They're working for you. I understand, though. I understand.
Travis?
Well, A for effort for Travis Delzell there.
Sir, you want to meet in the middle, like 285? I like it.
285 is the middle. So.
Was thinking. Hey, reserve is off.
Well,
reserve is off.
That's a little bit of a twist. So let's see what happens now, Bill.
Is he the high bidder at 265? He must be.
Yes,
they offered him the Mecum rule.
Yes, he is. That's correct.
270. Anybody else? 265 pounds a dollar. 270. Last call that it is. So 265 pounds a dollar.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
265. We'll buy that Corvette. You know, I got to believe that consignor wanted a lot more, and he was willing to cut that loose.
You can't even put another 100,000 on that at least to build that car.
Right. That might be the deal of the day, even at 265.
Well bought, and the buyer stuck to his guns. He was going to be out. The reserve gets listed, and he gets the car.
Yep.
A Mecum success story.
Yep. Okay, next, 1970 Plymouth Superbird. We are still in that big paper o'clock, I guess, Bill, right?
Yeah, we are going to see six figures almost before see that?
Boom.
Yeah. Limelight's the color. We love that color, one of those high-impact colors from Mopar back in 1970. This has got the V code, 390 horse, 440 with the 3 two-barrel carburetors.
Oh, the reserve is off.
Folks, could you wait till I'm done? Oh, boy. So much about this car to like. It's a 4-speed car, one of only 308 V-code Superbirds with 4-speed. It's got the track pack, 354 gears, A833. That's the code on that 4-speed, that rugged 4-speed transmission with a Hurst pistol grip shifter.
And, Chris, we talk about these cars a lot. That Limelight, just 1 year, 1970.
I believe that is right, yeah, and so that's obviously, making it go up in value, the rarity, and it's all about that pistol grip 4-speed with these Wayne cars with the 440s. The Hemis are in a different category, of course, because it's the Hemi.
Oh, sure.
But with the 440, the difference maker is that pistol grip 4-speed.
Guys, I'm going to level with you. I just kind of blacked out for a minute watching it roll past me. It's like every childhood dream I have is just wrapped in that one car. It was just like watching slow motion, like Dreamweaver. I just got a Wayne's World moment. I got totally lost.
One more time.
Ho! 335. 335. 335 pounds.
335 to you.
335.
335.
Thank you.
335. 330. Anybody else? 335 pounds and dollars an hour.
That's solid P2 in our top seller list today.
That's a real V code, by the way. Remember, we had a Superbird earlier that was a U code, 444 barrel.
Yep.
This one is a V code from the factory.
$330,000 rings the bell in Fort Worth. There is the man, our good friend Dave Kindig. And he is bringing 3 of his. I can't believe how long he held that straight face at the end of that shot, right?
Very impressive.
Exactly. He's bringing 3 outstanding Corvettes. to Kissimmee 2026, including CF1 number 1. They will bring big coin in January. We're back on the block now. 68 GTX. Oh my goodness. One of my bucket list cars. Brother Bill.
Yeah, you always say I'm so much in love with those GTXs. I don't blame you, man.
Especially 68.
Yes, year number 2.
Yep.
Yeah, this one's all restored right back to Hoyle. 440 with a 4-barrel, 375 horsepower. It's got the torque flight automatic and the 8 3/4 inch rear end, power steering, front disc brakes. Black with silver rocker stripes and a black vinyl bucket seat interior. Oh, man. Does that thing light up the room? Ooh.
Yeah, that's sweet, isn't it? $65,000. It's going to take more than that, so I'm out.
Okay, well, I feel bad for you.
But, you know, that not often do we see an all-black GTX from 1968. I love it.
Black on black.
Legendary Ferrari here, a 1989 Testarossa.
Here it comes. The first of the Ferraris that we promised you at the top of the show. This one, a 390 horse V12, that 4.9 liter. V12 that is horizontally opposed. Wow, 200-mile-an-hour Ferrari sitting right in front of us right now. There's the interior. Rosso Corsa, beige interior. And, of course, the Pininfarina coachwork. A lot of options as well.
Reserve is off at
That's a V12.
180. Go ahead.
V12, not a flat 12. That's a V12, of course. Independent suspension, coil springs, anti-roll bars. This was a state-of-the-art Ferrari when it debuted.
Oh.
It had everything.
And it gavels for $180,000.
Well, we've seen the roller coaster ride on these Ferraris over the years, haven't we? Huh?
Yep.
Just so beautiful still. Just the lines about it, just so much style.
180 grand buys it. All right, Bill, here's your Viper, man. 1996 GTS Coupe, low mileage too. You're the resident expert, the savant of Vipers.
Yeah. Pardon me if I start weeping, because this is exactly the same Viper that I had. Same thing. That 450 horse V10, the 8 liter. Yeah, low mileage. How about a little over 3,200 miles on the odometer? They all had 6-speed manuals, Viper blue, the stone white stripes, no options. They all came with air conditioning, the Alpine stereo, power windows and locks, tilt steering column. I want to double check on that tilt steering column, because mine had adjustable pedals. They were power adjustable pedals that would change the seating position. I don't recall if mine had a tilt wheel. Of course, the polished alloy wheels.
Wait a minute. You don't remember your own, if it had a tilt?
No, because I was driving it at over 100 miles an hour most of the time. The steering column was the last thing in the world I was thinking about.
Okay. I'm just messing with you.
No, I don't blame you.
70 grand, the reserve is off. And that number reflecting the low mileage for sure, and the condition, of course.
Yes, it is. That's not that far beyond sticker price, actually. These things stickered somewhere in the 60s, all in.
Well, it gavels for $70,000. Somebody's going to have a ball with that car.
Oh, I'm jealous.
No doubt about it. Well, as we always say, we are thrilled to be partnering with National Parts Depot again in 2025 for another year. Just about to wrap that year up. They've been around for nearly 50 years, taking care of all of your restoration parts needs, and it's time for our NPD preview, and we will start with Chris.
Yeah, Scott, it seems like every car that's going to be crossing the block the rest of the way has some sort of special quality. What's special about this 57 T-Bird? Well, it's an F code. What does that mean? Check it out right here. It is the addition of that Paxton McCullough supercharger, which increases the horsepower of this 312 V8 up to 300 horse. But wait, That's not the only thing special about it. What else? This color, Star Mist Blue, only 16 left the factory as an F code with Star Mist Blue paint. Beautiful, beautiful resto here, looking so good inside and outside. And as we swing around, you can see that the hardtop is in it, complete with that opera window. And Bill Stevens, as someone out there is working on a T-Bird, what resource should they turn to, sir?
Well, before I tell you, remember now, this also has a manual transmission, Chris, so I want to add to your list of speciality. But yes, there it is. It's already open to whatever you need for your Thunderbird restoration, the NPD catalog, chock full of not only things for the Thunderbird, you get catalogs for other vehicles as well. Great deal.
That's the website, nationalpartsdepot.com. You can check out their entire lineup of catalogs and parts and everything there. The 06 Lamborghini Gallardo you're looking at, $74,000 worth.
Yeah, this has that 520 horsepower, 5-liter V10 engine. And this was kind of like the little brother to the Murcielago, all-wheel drive. Blue Fontouse is the paint color. And a blue and Grigio Phoenix leather interior. What do you know?
And what a fun car for 75 grand. Good for them.
Yeah, how about that, huh? That's not overpaying for that.
Here is the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT Roadster from 2018.
Yeah, get him with a fixed roof, get him with a Roadster, twin turbo, 469 horsepower, 4-liter V8 engine, the dual clutch, 7-speed automatic. Designo diamond white, or if you want the proper patois, Designo diamond white with a black interior. Extras include the Distronic Plus package, the Burmeister surround sound audio, AMG carbon fiber trim, exclusive interior package as well. Staggered wheels, 19 AMG 10 spokes in the front and 20s in the back. And bidding at a mere fraction of what this vehicle would have stickered for 7 years ago.
$16,000 and 7 tear down, Pete down, get a bit of a 7 down, Pete 9 down, 69 down again, into 9 here, reserve is off, 69, sir.
Okay, I thought maybe you might need a 7 or an 8 there, but 68 will take the reserve off.
Reserve is off. You want it now. 69,000 bid. It bid. Not going to be sure now. Not going to be a 9. 69,000 out of bid. 69. Last call. 69,000. Sold 16,000. Sold 16,000.
Yeah, it is.
Katie's way.
Good call. Going to the internet, by the way, at $68,000 with Katie assisting. We will take a timeout here and continue. We are inside of 2 hours left in what has been a very entertaining day with much more still to come. Welcome back to Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. It's time for our State Farm moment of the day. As you know, State Farm offers surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. This was an easy call today, and you'll see what I mean coming up here in a moment. The car in question, 69 Pontiac GTO, red, parchment interior, white top, 4-speed manual, 400 cube V8. And the couple that bought it paid $42,000 for it, and when the gavel dropped, they were so excited, but it gets even better. The gentleman on the left said, man, I got to go see my new car right now, dude. Let's go. How about that, Bill Stevens? That does not happen very often, does it?
It does not. We love to see that kind of enthusiasm. And I love his sweater, too. Our technical guys were using those for color bars.
Oh, they were,
to register the cameras.
That is a no-brainer for our State Farm moment of the day. Like
fun,
good neighbors, State Farm is there. Now to a 63 Porsche 356B that has made an appearance.
Yeah, the 356 series, those were the first road cars that Porsche produced. And here we are with the B series of the 356, 1600cc flat 4-speed manual transmission, of course, and in excellent, I would say, near concours condition.
And $57,000. will not be enough, and I don't think they're going to reopen that. So we'll go to the next car, which is a 65 K-Code Mustang, and that tells you a lot.
Yeah, that is the high-performance 289 from 1965, the solid lifter, 271 horsepower engine, and that served as the, you might say, the appetizer for the Shelby Mustang. They took those engines and tweaked them to 306 and put them in the GT350. But these were good motors even before they did that. And this also with a 4-speed. And it's a convertible. And as we swing around, we're going to see that it has the style steel wheels and the double red line tires. Springtime yellow. The paint job on this. Top is up. Wish it were down, but again, sometimes we give the consignor a pass because maybe they don't want to put a wrinkle in the rear window, which is plastic, or whatever reason they have, but that's okay. This still is a great looking Mustang. Rally Pack 2, the instrumentation with the clock and the tachometer. Tasty little option.
Almost there, 52.
Yeah, but on this Mustang, it's all about that 5th digit in the VIN. That legendary 271 horse K-Code 289.
Yeah, because the V8, that was available in the very first Mustangs, but it was a 260, and it was a little anemic, not really a performance engine. But when they went to 289, and especially the K Series 289, they had a performer on their hands.
60.
Reserve is off. The internet with Megan
No.
has the upper hand at 57,000.
Give me 58. You've done all the hard work. 58. 58!
Absolutely, 16 pound a bid. 16,000 a bid. 16. 8 bid. I'd get a bit of a 16. 8 bid. I'd get a bit of a 16 pound. I'd get a bit of a 16,000. 8 bid. I'd get a bit of a 16 down 2. 62 bid. And 16 bid. 2. 62,000. Sold $16,000. Sold $16,000.
Okay, $60,000 will be the hammer price.
I would say market correct for that.
Yep.
A K-Code convertible with a 4-speed.
Okay, Bill, I will turn you loose on the next car because I know you're just dying to tell us all about this massive Camaro.
Oh, massive indeed. What a blast. Yow. 68 Camaro. If you like big cubes, I got 496 of them for you. Look at that.
Wowzers.
Sheet metal valve covers. You got the high-rise intake there. Holly Dominator, 4-barrel carburetor. Oh, man, will that pour fuel into that engine. Big time. Competition headers from Hooker.
What's your best guess on horsepower here?
I'd say
657?
I don't know what the cam or the compression is, but could be 550, 600. Take a guess. Just any number would work. Yeah, that's big power right there. Look at that. Nose down attitude. Big wheels out back. Bond speed 5-spoke wheels are what they are.
55,000. They reset it a little bit, I think, to 55.
Right. Racing automatic, by the way, with a P&M shifter. Got a fuel cell in it, too, that's mounted in the trunk. So a lot of competition touches.
Now 55,000.
Okay.
55. 50 bid, 55.
They put the reserve back on. Apparently there was some kind of a misunderstanding. Not quite sure what happened, but the reserve is back, and the bid is at 50,000.
50 bid, 52,000. 52.
High rise hood,
52.
black on black.
I'd get a bit of a 2 here, 50, 52. And 2 to bid, I'd get a bit of a 2 down, I'd get a bit of a 5 down 2.
There is a lot of evil sitting on that black pad.
I'd get a bit of a 5, I'd get a bit of a 5. 57,000, 55, 57 to bid, 55. 57, I'd get a bit about 5, I'd get a bit about there, 55, 57 a bid, and 55, anybody get $56,000 on the Camaro, 55, 56,000 bid, 55, 56,000, and now 5 bid, I'd get a 600, get a bit about 5 down, 600 bid, 55, 56,000 on a bid, I'd have 56,000. We're going to close that one at 55, close it at 55, we have the horse to do it, it takes closer to 65,000 to buy.
Okay, there you have it. Straight from the auctioneer stand, Matt Morvek. So $55,000 won't be enough, and we will get to take a look at 1976 Bronco,
which has had a no expense spared body off restoration, which kind of tells you that anybody shopping around for this generation of Bronco and has the money in their pocket is going to be raising their hand. Gen 3 Coyote V8 engine, 10R80 automatic transmission. That's a 10-speed, 4-wheel drive, 3.5-inch lift. The body has a 2-inch lift. Parchment interior, aftermarket power steering box, power front disc brakes, vintage air, retro sound radio with Bluetooth, 17-inch custom aluminum wheels, and 6-figure bidding.
115,000. 115,000.
Aftermarket paint as well from PPG.
115,000 bid. 115,000. I'd get a little 10.
Sheet metal has been replaced. Wheel wells have not been cut. No flares.
110 bid. I'd get a little 15. That's fine. I'd get a little 10. I'd get a little 15. Hands high. 115,000. And I'd get a little 10. I'd get a little 15. I'd get a little 10. I'd 15. I'd get a little 15. Go to close to 110. Then close to 110,000. Close to 115,000.
Well, that says close the bid at $110,000. And we will do that and take a quick timeout here. Much more coming up, including more vintage Broncos. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Well, the My Garage Museum open house is coming up the weekend after Thanksgiving, November 29th. That's part of the Mike Yeager collection that's coming to Kissimmee, Bill. 8 cars, 12 engines, 60 pieces of road art, but that is literally the tip of the Yeager iceberg.
Yeah, Mike Yeager, my longtime friend. Saw him on the right with his son Mike Jr., Mike Sr. going into retirement. They are going to be bringing so much merchandise down to Kissimmee, as you mentioned, Scott. Some one-off memorabilia. He was a very good friend of Zora Arkus-Duntov, and that's all I'll say.
Well, I'll add to it as we see this Lincoln Continental Mark V convertible at $75,000. More than 5,000 pieces in all from that Yeager collection, and the vast majority of them will be part of Mecum's on-time auctions that begin in December and continue through January. So stay tuned for that. And then we, as we mentioned, the cars and the engines and the little road art segment will be actually on the block in Kissimmee. This, did it sell? It was at $75,000. And it is, in fact, the bid goes on.
Bid goes on.
So we will move quickly to the first of two 2006 Ford GTs. This is the one that we were looking at yesterday, Bill, with in deciding how many options it had.
Exactly. And I think we decided that it is a 2-option car. We don't see the lightweight wheels on it. And did we see the stripes on this one?
Nope.
That's right. So I think it has the Macintosh stereo. Doesn't have the red or gray painted calipers. They're black, which would have been the standard calipers. So maybe there's a one-option Ford GT. How about that? Mileage, about 11,700. And we have been over the specs of the Ford GT so many times.
Let me interrupt real quick to just let everybody know the reserve is off at $445,000.
See, we don't need the specs. Sold. Oh, boy. Well, if you're keeping score, that 550 horse, 5.4 liter supercharged V8 and the 6-speed Ricardo transaxle.
He's shaking. Come on, be done. Come on, be done. Give up. You got it, man. You got it.
440. And we have a new top seller at Mecum, Dallas-Fort Worth, 06 Ford GT. My goodness, 440 grand. Oh my goodness. Well, I promised you another vintage Bronco. This one is from 1969. It's been customized.
Yeah, you may remember this one as Rutledge kind of gave us the once-over on this truck a little while ago when it was sitting on that lift. And this is as clean a Bronco top and bottom as we could ever bring to you. We already saw a look at the bottom of it. We're going to get another peek at the chassis and the running gear underneath it, and that's almost unbelievable.
It really is. They really did a nice job on this. This is Velocity Restorations out of Pensacola area put this together, and 17-inch wheels that were color matched. The interior looks great. They had kind of a barnwood setup on the inside, but with that Coyote power, powder-coated suspension, frame, everything else, this is a really beautiful example right here. We're going to see how that blue does on under the lights. Oh, looks like bid goes on today.
Yeah, and it was already way into six figures.
120,000, and the bid goes on indeed. Chris Jacobs standing by once again in the 303 staging lane. What's out there now, CJ?
Oh man, a very special air-cooled Porsche. This is a 1961 356. That would make it the second year of the B model. And if the consignment sheet is telling the truth, this thing is very special. Apparently this ivory paint, single stage paint, is its original coat of paint. The interior also original. Come around here to the rear end. You can see here the single grille. That's known as the Type 5, which was introduced in 1960 along with the B. And underneath there, that's the 1600cc flat 4 that powers it, making about 90 horsepower. This is a super cabriolet, super referring to that engine I just showed you, cabriolet referring to this removable hardtop. It looks just as good with the hardtop on as it does with it off. That two-tone black and ivory is truly, truly amazing. What a cool car. And again, if it's all original, as the consignment sheet says, this car should get some big money when it crosses the block a little bit later, Scott.
Oh, no question there, CJ. Thank you. And it will be on the block here in a little while. We will have it for you. No reserve, 65 Mustang.
This is a blunt instrument. How about an aftermarket stroker from DSS Racing with special racing wedge cylinder heads, Ford Racing cam and lifters. It's got a beefed up C4 automatic transmission. In the old days, we'd say this was full house. And it's just sold for 60 grand.
At no reserve to boot. Let's see. The hits are going to keep on coming here, guys. 69 Camaro is next.
Yep, Hugger Orange restoration completed just a year ago. It's got an LT1, 5.7 liter, 700 R4 automatic. It's got the stripe package over that Hugger Orange paint. Top is power operated. Nothing radical here. Slotted Krager wheels, autometer gauges, front and rear spoilers. And you know what? Strong money. People are liking it.
Yeah, they're liking it enough. And the consigner's okay with 75, so let's pull the reserve.
I've not seen a ton of these with that LT1 setup thus far. So it's kind of a cool mix of really today's cutting edge mixed with that really nice package in the orange of the drop top. It's a real solid ride.
No, we're being LS'd to death. So, you know, when the LT shows up, oh, hey, look at that.
Frank, how 82, about calling data, 82. 80's bid, $182,000.
Bumped up to 80 now.
$182. Last call, $80,000, $82,000. So, $80,000, Frank.
Thank you.
All right, 80,000 it is for the 69 Camaro. And we'll move on. Hey, Bill, as you see our next event coming up November 14th as we kick off Las Vegas coverage, you think Rutledge might be able to give us some insight on the next car?
I hope so, because I love these cars. They are little screamers, Rod.
They really are, Bill. This is a 99 Nissan Skyline GTR known as the R34. This is a V-Spec. It looks like it would be the Midnight Purple 2 V-Spec, which is one of the cars that was actually able to import into this country before they were 25-year legal under the show or display only rule, thanks to my friend Sean Morris. I know that, except that this is actually a Midnight Purple wrap. The car's actually white underneath here. It doesn't change the value a huge amount from a normal GTR with the wrap on it, but that Midnight Purple 2 V-Spec is one of the reasons that some people are able to bring them in earlier, but now these cars being legal here, such a rocket ship, and the number it's doing right now is real low for what these are going for, so somebody might be able to get a real good deal here today. See the big front mount intercooler on there. This is an all-wheel drive, 6-speed manual, that RB26 DETT standing for twin turbo. There's a reason they call him Godzilla in Japan. It is a monster of a ride.
Yeah, you know what? That car looks blue on your screen, or maybe a little bit of purple from where we're sitting. Even you might not be able to tell this from Bill and our seats. It looks brown.
Yes, that's the thing about the true Midnight Purple, has almost a flip-flop to it. I had the Midnight Purple 1 when I had an R33 GTR, and this one, of course, is the bigger, stronger, tougher older brother, but just such cool cars.
Well, you know, when these first came into the country real quick, the ones without the big deck spoiler in the back looked so conservative and so mundane. Guys with Corvettes and Camaros were saying, well, it's just a little Nissan. I'll teach it a lesson. Oops. Big mistake.
Hey, speaking of Corvettes, here is, look at this. We are already at $250,000, no surprise, on this custom 63 split window.
Yeah, far from original. It has had everything done. A frame-off custom build, and it's already won a bunch of awards, including Good Guys' 10th anniversary show. It got a special award there. 6.2-liter LS3. Borla fuel injection, everything has been polished, been chromed underneath the hood, super high-end finish everywhere. You saw the interior, black leather, C6 Corvette independent front and rear suspension, Willwood 4-wheel power disc brakes, oh my, Curry 9-inch rear end, True Track limited slip mounted underneath there. Where is this bidding going to go?
You know, we saw that Roadster go for, I think, around 265, right? We're seeing, maybe it's because it's that 1 year only split window that's pushing this one over the top, because I think they're pretty comparable in their level of restoration and customization.
Yeah, hard to choose between the two.
275, 280, 275, $280,000 here and a half. We're going to close the bid at $275,000. Bid goes on at 275.
Offering S176, 2012 Porsche 911 Turbo Cabriolet.
Okay, the bid goes on for that Corvette, 275. Back with more from Fort Worth and Dickies Arena shortly.
Wow, so much to see here in Fort Worth, and about 90 more minutes on our final day. So it's time to take a walk down memory lane. These cars are about to walk right out onto the block, or roll rather, but right now I want to take a walk down memory lane. It's where I show some of your favorite photos you've posted to our Mecum Facebook page of years gone by. We have 2 great submissions on this Saturday. First up, I want to show you Mr. Chuck Yarris sending in this photo taken in 1971, showing off his very first car, his 1961 Chevy Corvair Coupe. Bill, tell me more about the Corvair, because not a ton of popularity, but at the time very unique with that rear air-cooled engine. What was Chevrolet thinking? Because that wasn't very commonplace for American cars to have a rear engine.
Oh, there were 2 reasons. One was the imports were beginning to flood this market, including the Volkswagen Beetle. And Chevy needed a car that could seat 6 people, but would be very good on gasoline, and this is what they came up with. Wanted to do it a little differently, too, with the rear engine.
I love it. Very cool. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate that shot of the Corvair there. And next up is James Robeson. He says, here's a shot of my 1965 Ford Mustang. I got it at the start of my senior year and got to drive it again a few years later when I came home on leave in 1968. That's when this photo was taken. James, first off, thank you so much for your service. And secondly, thank you for passing on this photo. 2 great submissions. Guys, we try to show them every day here on the program, so keep them coming. Just go to the Mecum Facebook page and give me a little bit of detail, maybe a story, some favorite memories, and we'll get it on the show, Scott.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Danielle. A couple of good ones there. And keep those photos and details on the photos coming our way. We do appreciate it. We know a lot of folks like to see those photos at home as well. Let's pick up what's happening on the block now, Bill, with an Impala, 62 Impala Super Sport, real Super Sport Impala.
Yeah, and that's a real 427 right there, too, with an Edelbrock intake and a 4-barrel carburetor and MSD ignition as well. Got an aluminum radiator, too. I think this is the first 62 Chevy that we have seen, one of my favorite body styles. Also has a 4-speed, there you go. It's been upgraded with a Hurst shifter and also has power steering and 4-wheel power disc brakes. Good build, lots of forethought here, very cleverly done. Like those wheels too, those torque thrust 2 wheels, all chromed out.
I've got 32 bid on the internet, $35,000. 32 is bid, 35. Who's that? 7. You got 35 of George. 30. I got you, sir. 35, and Sean with the assist. That way, Sean, you get
yeah,
it.
that 427 didn't come along until 1966 for the Chevrolets. The biggest engine you had, 62, was the 409. But you could get as much as 425 horsepower out of it, which was how much horsepower you could get out of the 1966 427 L72. Although they rated it at 450 at first, and then kind of got the yips and downgraded it shortly thereafter.
This thing is climbing, Bill.
Yeah.
It's interesting. This is one of those cars right now. It's not so insane that you could add your own wheels. You can make a few little touches. You're not going to change the value a lot. So it's especially with some of the big hitter cars we've seen come through, this one's seeming like a real deal to folks right now.
Well, with that big block, this is going to fly. That's a fast car.
It is for sale. The reserve is off at $50,000. Not for sale anymore. Somebody has officially bought that Impala. And we will take a moment, check in again with Chris Jacobs, hanging out in that 303 staging lane.
Oh, yeah, Scott, this one's for you, buddy. Now, in 1979, man, Porsche released some sad news saying that they would no longer import turbos into the U.S. because of emission standards. But the turbo made a triumphant return in 1986, and this is that model right now, done up so beautifully in black, sunroof car. Of course, that legendary 3.3-liter turbo. Oh, what a great car this is indeed. Only a 4-speed transmission. The turbo wouldn't receive the M15 5-speed transmission, excuse me, the G50 5-speed transmission until 1989, and there was only 1 year of that in the classic G-body configuration of this Porsche right here. But man, black interior and looking so clean too inside. Why is that? Well, this car only has about 16,000 miles on the clock, so for a Porsche, essentially brand new. Sugar scoop headlight bezels. Man, I just can't get enough of this car, and neither could the market in '86 when it returned to America. So Scott, look out for this one, man. This is a sought-after car, and it's being offered right here at Mecum.
Oh, it is on my radar, CJ. Thank you. And that'll be on the block here in a little bit. 67 Chevelle Super Sport now, and it's $75,000.
Oh, my skin is tingling right here. This is a real Super Sport. The VIN starts with 138. Now, that wasn't the case. Shortly thereafter, you couldn't authenticate a Super Sport by those first 3 numbers in the VIN, but you could in 67, and it has a numbers matching 396. Now, I don't know which one. I didn't get a look at the engine, but I'm just going to say it's the L78 with 375 horsepower because that makes me happy. Sometimes I do things just to make myself happy.
Perfect.
Yeah. Got a 4-speed in it, too, 12-bolt rear end. They've added vintage air to this as well, but it's all about that color, the red interior with the red line tires and rally wheels.
Why not? $76,000. Why did you step in for him? Show him how it's done, Marty. You give 76. $76,000.
Oh boy, I'll tell you, you got some room to go before.
How can you go wrong
you're paying
on that
too
car?
much for that car.
For
I think
$76,000.
you're way
Anybody
below
else can bid as
market
well while we're all staring at
on this
him.
automobile.
$76,000. Or you can just give 76 so they quit looking at you. Give me 76, sir. Do it quick so they quit looking. 76. Halloween's over. 76. Yes or no? I gotta go. 76,000.
76 on it?
I'm going to close it at $75,000. Bid goes on at $75,000.
Oh, I'm thinking there's going to be a line that bid goes on. Got to believe that.
Might be right.
Yeah.
That is too good.
Yeah.
All right, here is a 2022 Land Rover. It's the one that I think Danielle was frustrated with the guy trying to get the computer to reboot or something.
We finally got it going.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
It's pretty impressive. And Bill, if you would like to buy it for me, I will not be mad at you.
Oh, there you go. Well, I should mention, I think it was probably built in 22. This would not be a 22 body because of the import rules. This wouldn't have been available here, so it's probably a little bit earlier body. But Osprey obviously did a great job building this. You really showed off so many stout parts of it.
The builder or the owner who took it to Osprey, there's nothing original on it except for the frame. I mean, even the body's all new. It's all aluminum, custom grille. Put the Corvette engine in, came with the tires. The whole build, he's in it for well over 6 figures. We'll see what he gets for it, but looks great.
And Bill, you know, when people start modifying these, if you want to put an LS in there because of the aluminum frame, you have to do a lot of work to beef everything else up. But it seems like everything appropriate to really make that work was done on this one. This is a tough truck for sure. I really like the almost phantom glass, the way they changed that on the top to where it almost looks edgeless in a way.
Yeah.
I thought that was a really nice touch on that.
Well, Danielle, if this goes to the bid goes on, I'll buy this for you as long as they'll take a check drawn on the First Bank of Uzbekistan.
Deal.
We can check on that.
Yeah, do that, will you?
We're going to have to come up a little bit to meet the reserve here, guys. We'll see if we get there.
Yeah, we're inching up. And you get a motivated consignor sometimes, and they'll cut it loose.
Very true.
130. Internet, you're out. I got 125, 130. 125, 130.
I was talking to this young lady in the audience before. She and her father were looking at this truck up, down, backwards, and sideways. So I'm not shocking that it's not shocking she and her family are bidding on this.
Hey, the reserve is off, and they're excited. The deal's not done yet, and they're
You ready?
ready to
Oh
do
my gosh, she
backflips.
got it!
Yes, 183, a 56,
Wow.
Nomad wagon, frame off restoration.
They
with
got
a
it for
3 Supercharger wheel with brakes.
125. The whole gang is involved there.
200 pound.
That's pretty cool.
That's great. They win, Danielle loses.
I'll take the L on this one gladly. They are so excited.
Yeah.
All right, for 125, and let's move to a 1956 customized Chevy Nomad.
Another show-worthy automobile. They just keep coming. Aftermarket paint called Sierra Gold, Adobe Beige. And there's the engine, 6.2-liter LS3.
Ooh, look
With
at the artwork.
mural, guys. I mean, under the hood, Bill, the picture of your own car, that's cool.
Yeah.
Just in case you forget what it looks like, right?
You don't see that done very much anymore. But I had a 74 Corvette. Had the mural on the hood of that car, but you don't see it a lot anymore. Yeah. Yeah, that's a supercharged LS, by the way, and it's intercooled, hooked up to a 4L60E automatic transmission. That is a brawny powertrain.
And Bill, take a look at that status. Again, Texas is representing, this is how they build cars and trucks down here. Perfect offset, perfect height to the suspension.
Oh, yeah.
The color of that copper really popping on there. All the bright work looks incredible.
You know, it's funny, when I was building hot rods and stuff when I was a kid, it was all about making the car higher. Had to jack it up. And what were we thinking? Look at the ride height on this Nomad. That is so perfect.
Yeah, no skyjackers in the rear, no add the extra shackles.
Yeah.
Like this, can
Putting
you
the
just
rubber
get into the
shims and the coil
driveway?
springs.
Can you get into the driveway without knocking all of the bumpers off?
Hey, it's kind of like, bell bottoms. They were in for a minute.
Yeah, I had
a long minute.
Yeah, I know. I was a disco disc jockey. What do you think I was wearing?
Oh, and high platform shoes.
Oh, yeah.
The 56 Nomad gavels for $140 today.
And the gold chains, I had the Mr. T starter kit.
Several cars in the building coming to the block before you know it. Big one here, 63 split window Corvette, a Z06 N03 combo. Right behind it, 69 Mercury Cougar, and then another Corvette from 1963. They are all coming up shortly here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. That's a split window coupe sandwich right there, huh?
Yeah.
All right, 71 Challenger, however, before we get to all of that, the current bid as we come back to the live action at Dickies Arena, $145,000.
Far from factory, this is a Mr. Norm continuation Challenger, serial number 001, the first one. 2,500 hours invested into building this very special Challenger with a 707 horsepower, 6.2 liter Hemi. And if that sounds familiar, that is a Hellcat bullet in there. Tremec 5-speed manual transmission, yeah. Lots of other modifications, including the front suspension from Detroit Speed and 4-link rear suspension. And if you've got a 700 horsepower convertible, your toupee is going to wind up in the back seat if you're not careful.
The back seat of the car behind you, perhaps.
Maybe.
Yeah, you hope it lands in the back seat of your own car so you can get it back.
Yeah.
I mean, if it hits the windshield behind, can you imagine people saying, what kind of bug was that?
Here is a 2017 Z06 Corvette. Kind of just whetting our appetite for what's coming up here in a minute.
Yeah, here we are midway through the C7 generation, the Blade Silver Z06, 650 horse, 6.2 liter LT4. We've seen a few of these today. This with the 8-speed paddle shifted automatic. And the 7-speed manual was in its back 9 by now, and by 2019, that would be the end of them. Preferred equipment group, the 2LT it's called. Body color painted exterior vents. This one has that optional performance data and video recorder. Fun to play with. Head-up display with memory package, power windows and locks, and AC, of course.
Nick, I'm going to close bid at $67,000.
All right, the high bid here for the Z06, $67,000. And a rare one coming up here, Bill. This is a 1969 Olds 442, not a W30. This is a W32 Sport Coupe, and they only built 25 of these in 1969.
Yeah, now we may have had one or two of these, but no more than that. 1969 was the year, 350 horsepower. 400 cubic inch V8. Now that's not really too far off what the regular 442 would have given you. And the W30 would have been 360 horsepower, so this was not a pooch.
Right.
Yep. This one's had some modifications to the engine too for a little bit of extra sauce. Holly Sniper fuel injection. And they have all the original induction, which the car came with. That is going to go along with the automobile if we get a new owner. Turbo 400, 3-speed automatic. Cameo white, red stripes and a red interior.
$40,000. Rare, yes, but not quite the same shock value, perhaps, as the W30. Yeah.
Right. Especially the first year of the W30 in '66.
Yep.
Super limited production.
Okay, here comes that Z06 N03 1963 Corvette split window. Man, you put those two option coats together, and you have said a mouthful.
Keep your eye on the bidder board. 63 of these Corvettes. 1963 had that 36.5-gallon gasoline tank. We call them tankers. And of course, only 199 Z06s were built in 1963. It's got the fuel-injected 327, 360 horse, which is all the Fuelie cars came with. M20 wide ratio 4-speed, 411 posi, and the special performance equipment. Heavy-duty metallic power brakes with cooling fans and dual-circuit master cylinder. These came with a special heavy-duty suspension in that package. Very rare. Cast aluminum Kelsey Hayes knockoff wheels, not factory installed. These would have been bolted on after delivery and delivered on May 23rd, 1963 to the very excited original owner.
Interesting, Bill, that you later in 1963 you could get a Z06 in a convertible. However, not with the N03. That was only available on the coupe, right?
I am going to have to think about that. I thought that the first Z06 Corvette was available, believe it or not, in 2015. So, yeah, if there is a convertible Z06, I'm going to have to get my people on that.
From 63.
For 63, yeah. Yes.
375,000 is what they're asking for right now. This thing has climbed like a rocket.
Yes, sir.
It's number 2 overall today thus far.
And the reserves off.
370. 380, 380,000. I'm at 375, now 80, and now 375, 80. I get 375, now 80, bid 80, 180 to 380,000. I'm at 375, car sells all the way, 380,000. I'm at 375, 80, now 80, 180 to the internet. Last call, 375, 380, 90, 390, 390, 390,000 bid. I get 390. 380, 390, 390. Or get 4, Don. You want to do that? 400? All right, 390.
Dana Mecum on the lower left was having a little convo there with Don Davis.
Yeah.
Well-known, high-end
with one bid.
car collector.
Right here, down here in Texas.
Okay, he's shaking hands. Internet, 390. Final call if you want it. 380. 390,000 I have. So, $380,000.
All right, there it is.
Wow.
$380,000.
Worth every cent.
Man, oh man, what a car.
Rarity means anything. You're looking at it.
All black.
Oh, that too.
My goodness, 380. As I said, second place overall for the time being. Now, the inside of that Corvette sandwich, that split window sandwich, is the 69 Mercury Cougar. Don't forget our coverage from Vegas. You see it bottom of the left-hand corner there. November 14th is when we'll kick that off. Just a couple of weeks from today.
Yep, can't wait.
Actually, a couple of weeks from yesterday, but 14 days.
Oh, don't be looking for this Mercury Cougar in the bargain basement. This is a 69 convertible with a 428 that you just saw. Yep, that's the 335 horsepower Cobra Jet with a 4-speed manual and a traction lock with 325 gears. Dear, oh dear. This thing is special.
This thing would scoot, wouldn't it, Bill?
Oh dear, would it? Cobra Jet, are you kidding me? With a 4-speed, dark ivy green saddle interior. Got the original invoice that goes along with the Marty report. So you know this is as real as Shaquille O'Neal.
You know what I always thought jumped out about these? The clear turn signals on the back. We didn't see a lot of that. You would have had to use an amber bulb inside there for it to have been DOT legal, but that was one of those little styling cues. I feel like Mercury was always trying something different. They had the fins on the taillights, obviously, but just those little differences that I think they were trying to stand out in a pretty crowded marketplace at the time.
And weren't these the sequential turn signals, too?
Oh, I think this is where we got it. You're right.
Wound up on the Shelbys there in 67, I believe.
Yeah.
82 is the bid, and 82 is the hammer price.
189, a 63 Corvette split window coupe.
Okay, yes, Rutledge has just jaw-dropped at this another split window coupe.
They love them in Texas. I can only assume this is going to do big numbers too.
Oh, no question about it. Maybe not like that Z06 N03 a little bit ago, but nonetheless, it's a heavy hitter.
Beautiful. Yep, it's that Sebring silver, an optional color in 1963. It'll cost you, I think, another $80 or something to have that color. There you see the engine. Story on the engine, okay? 327, 300 horse, not the base engine. That had 250, okay? But this has been built to L79 specs. So it now has 340 horsepower. Aluminum intake, valve covers, air cleaner, 4-speed manual, black leather upholstery inside. Al Nock, again, the preeminent supplier for classic Corvette interiors. 336 positive traction rear end. Got the tinted glass, signal seeking radio, a few other tasty little options. Knock off wheels.
$155,000 is the bid. $160,000. Anybody else?
Two things. Not a fuel-injected car, not all original, but still pulling that kind of money.
Yep.
150 bid, 160 reads.
Testament to the power of the draw of the split window coupe. 150 is the bid, and the reserve is off.
160.
You know, that's so true, Scott, the split window, the difference. If this was a 64,
160's bid.
I don't think we'd be trading.
No.
How about 165?
Everything else being equal, you're right. You're exactly right.
So, 160,000.
And there it is, hammers for 160 on this spectacular Saturday at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. We are inside of our final hour with you. We will resume the coverage live on ESPN Plus after this. Wow. Words are not adequate.
Don't look at me.
To describe that car and the attention it will get when it arrives in Kissimmee. The Bianco Speciale, the holy grail of holy grails, if I can be so bold as to call it that, Bill.
We're going to have even more holy grails in Kissimmee.
Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Really?
It's going to be a Ferrari festival, and that car will be at the head of the parade. 1964 FJ45 here, and a high bid of $45,000.
Yeah, this has been fully restored. Sean Bellinger of Tucson, Arizona did all the work on this. Very, very beautifully restored truck.
Yeah, you definitely got permission.
Are they still working on it?
She said, go ahead and do what you want. You're
Yeah,
gonna do
maybe.
It anyway.
I think so.
You want to raise your bid
You
to
don't
50?
see a lot of these trucks, so I can see why somebody doesn't want to let it go.
Look at the overhang in the back, Rutledge.
Sir,
looks like it almost could do wheel stands.
$50,000. It's only a
Yeah, well, you can see Toyota was definitely trying to
$5,000.
say, hey, we want to make a pickup truck that's as useful as the FJ40.
I know we
what do
don't
we
have
got?
any more in that
How about we
color.
just put a bed on there?
Yep.
Yes, no, maybe. Close the bid. Bid goes on. Now I'll bring S193.
All right. Well, after all that, it's going to continue to go to the bid goes on
Wait a minute.
at $45,000. Maybe. There.
You give 50,000 on the last
What I
one?
just said, forget that.
Okay.
Because they've gone back to the
Yeah, thanks a lot,
to the
Andy.
bidders.
We'll give you a mulligan.
Appreciate it. Stay in your lane.
How you feel now, Jen?
Good.
Ready for me?
Oh, yes, sir.
Now I'll bring S193 because I got a very special Porsche on the block. A 61
Okay.
Porsche 356B Super
Is that your
Cabriolet.
final answer?
Unrestored,
Regis, I think it is.
Okay.
So the bid goes on.
4-speed and factory hard top.
And we will move now to a 1961 Porsche 356B Super Cabriolet.
Yes, sir. I think Chris gave us a look at this a little while ago. Odometer reads less than 10,000 miles, matching numbers everywhere. The ivory single-stage paint still worn on this car with the optional red leather interior and the air-cooled 1600cc 90 horsepower flat 4 with a 4-speed.
I've seen a lot of these up close before. I have never seen one with that factory hardtop. It's so unique to see that.
Yes.
What a cool piece on there. I'm so glad Chris walked us around that one.
Yeah.
Just a beautiful ride. It is wild to think that this is where we started, and then we have the turbo convertibles coming through earlier today for insane money with 600 plus horsepower. This is, that was their second year they were making these.
I mean, you go even back before these to the Speedsters in the 50s.
Yes. Yeah, they had the twin grill cars as well that are way up in value. And how often do we see these with white wall tires?
Not very often.
Not really.
Not very often
It
at all.
looks so good on there.
190,000 will not be sufficient.
Still not enough
to buy that one. So here next is 57 Chevy. This is the 150 trim level, but this is far beyond that now because it has been really gone over and customized.
Oh, full makeover. I hope you're not tired of these show-winning shoebox Chevrolets because here's yet another one. Oh, no. This has got an LS in it, 550 horsepower worth with a Magnuson supercharger, you may have seen. Tremec, there's that T56 6-speed transmission again. We've seen that a few times. Her shifter, center force clutch. Elsewhere, Ride-Tech Shockwaves. Those are those Ride-Tech underpinnings that are so popular with builders on all four corners. Custom frame, that was built by Chris Knupp. And so, again, a custom that does not go with the OEM chassis, but goes aftermarket. Heights front suspension, we talked about that earlier, how great that is. Curry, 9-inch rear end as well. All the best of everything on this build.
Well, the high bid at $85,000.
95.
Make it
100.
They're still working on it. Make it $95,000.
I think we're going to sell it. I think some very enthusiastic people just jumped in.
And guys, we can't say it enough today. We're seeing, especially on these Tri-5 Chevys, that perfect setup of wheel and tire that really makes all the difference in these customs.
Yeah, absolute wheel choice, so important to the overall image of a car.
95, 100, 197.5, 100. 97.5 or 97? What do you got? 97. Now 100. Hey, reserve is off. Yeah, I understand that. 97, 100, 97,000. Anybody get 100,000? Anybody get 97, 100? Give 100. I will. 98, 99.
100.
99. 100 is bid. 102,500. 102,500. 102,500. $100,000 bid. 102,500. So $100,000.
Well, a little $15,000 bump after they got back at it, and a $100,000 hammer for that Chevy 150. Let's check in with Danielle Trotta now in the 303 staging lane.
Scott Hoke, there's no question that is a lot of money, but I think we have something that can top it. In fact, this Ford GT might be the top seller of the day, or maybe this entire auction in Fort Worth. Check it out, 2006 Ford GT. I've seen some folks that seem to be interested buyers. We'll see how high it gets when it crosses the block, but we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. We know Ford GTs are exclusive, they're rare, they're iconic. But Chris Jacobs, I want to ask you why you think this could be the top seller. What sets this one apart?
Well, let's go through some specs on this car. First of all, you mentioned 2006 Ford GT, the final year of the reintroduction of the GT, the first edition of it, if you will. Could it be the rare tungsten color? Perhaps.
Lovely.
Could it be all 4 options? Well, it actually doesn't have all 4 options. It's lacking the Macintosh stereo system. Could it perhaps be that 5.4-liter supercharged V8 making 550 horsepower? It could be. However, I believe this could be the top seller of the auction due to 3 little characters, 879, and that is the mileage on this 2006 Ford GT that is going to be the big seller and could push this to the top of the heap when it comes to sale price at the end of the day.
Bill, you don't see a lot of Ford GTs under 1,000 miles, do you? Especially a 2006. We'll see how much it goes for.
Absolutely. This late in the game now, we're looking at, what, 19 years since this car has been out. And, of course, when they were first released, low-mileage GTs were a lot easier to find than they are now.
They are indeed. They were, and that has, for many years, been the first thing you look at is the odometer on those Ford GTs. Thank you, guys. It is coming up. Right now, going right in front of our booth is a 65 C10.
Yep, another great custom pickup truck. LS power with an automatic. 4-wheel disc brakes, power disc brakes with AC, tilt column, wood grain steering wheel. So it's been gussied up quite a bit, and great color. That I'm going to call that a Porsche red or a Viper red with a brown interior.
So, $49,000.
Well, $49,000 buys the car. Truck. Sorry.
we do that all the time.
That's a good deal for that. They got a great ride.
Yeah, no, that's a very attractive price.
I tell you what, man, when we're doing that motorcycle auction in Vegas every January, it's all I can do to not say car.
Yep.
Everything is a bike.
Yeah.
Just force of habit, as I'm sure you well know.
Yeah.
1970 Chevelle is going to be next. Not an LS6, but they've certainly put some beef into that engine room.
Oh, big inches here. 489 cubic inch with aluminum heads and a 4-speed and 12-bolt rear end. 4-wheel disc brakes on this vehicle as well, like the last one. Aluminum radiator, dual electric fans, keeping that from overheating with all those inches there. And if you're going to drive this in the summertime, you're going to want that aluminum cooling. Bucket seats in the console, as we saw, cowl induction, and those chrome wheels are from Boss. Deep dish. Perfect.
Paul, do you want to get 48? Already been there, huh? 48,000. Close the bid at $47,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Okay, we need to take a break here. We've got about 40 minutes or so left in our telecast here today as that Chevelle goes to the bid goes on. We'll be back to continue our coverage live on ESPN Plus in a moment. Well, this Porsche 911 Turbo just reached $200,000, and the bid goes on a 2022 911 in a color that we rarely see, Bill.
I'm saying that that's going to be clickbait over there at the bid goes on desk. I think it's close enough that we may see a deal on that car before the day is over.
Chris, I know you're out there in the 303 staging lane, but you might want to head toward the bid goes on, man. That's a cool car.
I might just have to, Scott. I got my bidder's badge around with me somewhere. In the meantime, I'm going to preview this beast in hiding for you. 1970 Buick GSX Stage 1. And Bill, you tell the story all the time. When this car came out, man, Buick probably scared itself with how powerful the engine really was. Officially, they rated it at only 360 horsepower, but I defy you to say that with a straight face, especially since this one is mated to a 4-speed manual transmission. Unbelievable presentation here in Saturn yellow, which is the exterior color over the beautiful black interior. You get a look inside and you can see that 4-speed manual shifter in there. Super clean restoration here. Hood tack, of course, one of the features on this car. I've always loved these Stage 1s, especially in Saturn yellow. It just just screams performance. That stripe kit on the side, deck lid, spoiler, those Magnum wheels. But man, it really was about deception back in 1970 when this car came out, and it wasn't until people got it out on the street that they realized just what a beast this car is.
Chris, you're so right about that horsepower. That is such a ludicrous rating, but I love to point out the torque, 510 pound-feet, 10 more than an LS6 Chevelle. That's why these cars were so feared on the street.
Big time. Great car. Speaking of, here's a 77 Pontiac Trans Am on the block. Man, this is the first Bandit Trans Am that we've had.
Imagine that, because usually by now
we've had a couple, two or three or four maybe.
Exactly, yep. 6.6, that's the 400 cube V8. And that was coming to an end in a couple of years. Turbo hydromatic, and it's not going to sell just like that.
Nope, 45,000 will be the high bid. You know what we have not had in a while? A Chevelle custom wagon. That ends right now.
Oh boy, what an interesting choice for a full tilt boogie custom. Wow. Build completed by Motor Trend. They were on board with this build. Roadster shop chassis and Scott Shafroff stroke LS3.
Wow.
Oh boy, that is a real monster. Wow. Got a cam in it, it's stroked, Pro Charger, Supercharger, all pistons.
Forge line wheels we just got a good look at. Guys, if it says anything, I went to go look at it and forgot to take my microphone with me because I was that excited. I heard this thing fire up, and that Supercharger, oh, the whine on there is just incredible.
That powertrain could bring rain. That is super heavy horsepower there.
The high bid here on that Chevelle wagon at $70,000.
I'm really happy it did not have the third row in it, or I would be on the phone selling some things right now so I could drive that
That's
home.
all it would take. That's another seat.
Got real lucky there.
Well, here's a 71 Chevelle in more conventional form. A little bit more conventional form. They did take some liberties on the aftermarket paint here, Bill.
Yes, this is a 136 VIN car with SS badges, so it is not a real Super Sport, but it is a real 454 LS6 code, 450 factory-rated horsepower, M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed, 373 gears with positive traction, about 7,500 miles on the engine and transmission, and that is one rugged powertrain, so don't worry about being too rough on it. Big sound, Power Logic 150-watt amp, that's in the trunk. See the wheels right there, retro-looking wheels, the 5 spokes, chromed out.
52, 55.
And a great color, that teal and almost a marina blue actually. And look at the black there along those rear quarters and along the rockers.
Funny story. I was like, yeah, I guess they're a retro style wheel. It says retro on the center cap. So it's a really good description, but I was like, what, Bill, where are you going with this? Oh no, it says retro right on there. Those look great on there, but I'm with you. A little liberties on the paint department, but it makes a great package overall.
It does. Of course, the American racing people might say, hey, wait a minute, that looks a lot like our Torque Thrust 2, but I don't want to start any trouble.
That's a first.
Now, why did you say that? You've been so good all day.
I know. All right, 53 buys the Chevelle, and we move to another four-wheel drive Chevrolet product here, guys.
Oh, the K5 Blazers. That market is white hot, the customized ones. Oh, people, they just love throwing money at them. Let's see what happens with this one. 6-liter LS, electronic fuel injection, racing cylinder heads, turbo 350. That top, by the way, is removable. Look at the paint here, huh? That gray metallic. Let's see what that interior looks like. Oh, got the plaid inserts on the bucket seats.
Nice.
Matching gray, very much so. Underneath, Dana 44 front axle, 10-bolt rear axle, long tube headers too, with pipes leading into a Borla exhaust system. 15-inch weld racing wheels.
That's a solid setup. You know, I've got a 72 K5 at home that my middle daughter, Millie, really wants to be her first car, and I keep trying to tell her a 450 horsepower LS under the hood doesn't feel great as your dad to hand that to you. But, you know, you find a good bargain like this, maybe give her one that's just a tiny bit slower. I don't know.
Well, you know, I guess trucks with daughters very popular because our very own Wilfredo Antonio Trinidad de la Barza, Telemundo, Newton-John just bought a Toyota pickup truck for his daughter.
That's right. He did ask for my thumbs up. I you know, as a Toyota ambassador, I've got to give it the big thumbs up approval. That thing was so cool.
Yeah, it is.
I think you did 49.
And Bill, you mentioned that is a
really
removable top there on the Blazer. That lasted until 1975, and from then on, only the rear section of the top was removable. So to get that true convertible truck feeling, you had to have one pre-75.
Well, you know what my brother-in-law always says. All tops are removable.
Consult your local welder.
All right, brother.
50 grand does it.
Let's go, thank you. Congratulations.
Buy that Blazer. Laura Landis with the assist. Next for us, another 58 Corvette, and this with some custom work too.
Panama yellow. Man, you could see that Corvette from the moon. Wow, wow, wow. White Coast, too. Classy. Custom build by DFW Corvette Specialists in 2012. 4,000 miles since they finished it up. Art Morrison chassis. LS power. It's a crate V8, the 6.2 with an automatic transmission. Alloy wheels. They mimic the factory Corvette wheel cover. So, yeah, take a look at the wheel now. You'll see. Yeah, kind of interpretation of the full wheel cover that would have been on a 1958 Corvette, but that is a wheel. The architecture is a wheel.
Bid at $200,000. And oh man, it has been a day to remember for the Corvettes, huh?
Yeah, and that Corvette retains the things that Chris points out on the 58. They retain that washboard hood and the trunk irons.
Well, the bid goes on at $200,000 on that car. As we take a look at an F code 57 Thunderbird, that's a big deal, but even bigger, very unusual color here.
Yeah, and this was our NPD car earlier today. Yeah, that is a good looking bird right there. Already to $100,000 because of that F code, 300 horsepower, supercharged, 312. Yeah, let's take a look inside. Beautiful white ivory colored interior. Yeah, that is a manual transmission, and that is going to help drive the price as well.
How rare was it to find a manual in these? Because I don't think I've ever seen one in person.
It's rare. Yep, not many, especially with that F code, that blown engine. Yes, sir.
Yeah, 300 horse on a car that probably weighs, what, about 900 pounds maybe? That's some serious weight to power ratio.
Probably a ton plus.
$1.25. Hey, the reserve comes off right there. How about that?
Well deserved. Kelsey Hayes wire wheels.
Anybody else?
Okay, 125 is good enough for that F code from 1957. Here's our second 2019 ZR1 today, Bill.
Can't get enough of these. Final year of that C7 generation Corvette, and they went out with a bang. The ZR1, 755. Good old-fashioned American horsepower, 715 pound-feet of torque. I actually got to drive one of these from the Michael Fuchs collection. I think it was about a year or so ago, and that's an unforgettable experience. Although I didn't go over 30 miles an hour. That fear factor kicked in because these will get away from you. They are extremely fast, and they will not suffer fools. One-owner car until May of this year. 656 miles on the clock.
Was Michael not thinking straight when he handed you the keys?
He wasn't there.
Oh, even better.
Yeah.
Does he know?
Well,
I'm sure he knows.
I
now.
think, yeah. I think it was his nephew that was there.
Okay.
Kind of keep an eye on me. All the extras. CTK track performance package. 3ZR premium equipment package. On and on. Oh, all the extras. That was a heavy-duty order. The original owner.
$180,000, the bid goes on. Big car next, Bill. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. The first year of what has become a legend over the years, and we're talking about a factory W30, 1966, to the Olds 442. They only made 54 in that first year.
They did, and it was a sensation because once the drag racers got their hands on these Oldsmobiles, they knew that they had a doomsday weapon. 360 horses. This one coming through with a 4-speed manual, the way everybody loves to race them. And that is a tri-power engine. That is a 1-year only addition to the Oldsmobile. You could get that tri-power on a non-W30, but only in 1966. 1967, the tri-power setup was relegated just to the Corvette. This has been authenticated by Kurt Anderson, and Mike Richards tells you that this is correct. The numbers matching, drivetrain, everything, just the way it ought to be. Because the rally instruments, that's rare. Strato bucket seats.
You know, this has to be some sort of Mecum record for 442s crossing the block over the last 3 days. It's inordinate, and they've all been stellar cars.
Yeah, between 8 and 10, I'm guessing.
95,000, the reserve comes off.
97 pounds of dollars. Anybody else? 95, 97 cars for sale. 95,
yeah, do a
97,
little ignition
last
tweak
call.
on these, maybe a set of headers, set of decent tires, and you're in the low 12s. They will scoot.
All right, $95,000. We need to pause real quickly as we are into our final 30 minutes with you today. More straight ahead. Don't touch your channel changer.
Yeah, baby. I love it. Ever thought I did?
Man.
Awesome. Got that, baby. Yeah.
All kinds of State Farm moments happening today here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth. While we were in the commercial break, by the way, 1967 big block, 435 horse, 427 Corvette. Bill sold for $210,000, and you look at the window there, you see, you get an idea of the documentation on this car, the awards that it has won.
I'm shaking my head. You want an investment-grade Corvette? You are looking at it. 427, 435 horse, factory side pipe, factory bolt-on wheels, big money all the way.
Big time, $210 for it if you missed it. And now that Buick GSX Stage 1 that Chris previewed, 1970.
You know, I can remember reading in some of the muscle car magazines, some of the shootouts that they would have with all the popular muscle cars back in the day. And do you know that the Buick Stage 1 455, 360 horsepower cars would either be first or second. And we're talking about Hemi cars, 440 wedge cars. We're talking about Chevy LS6s. These were cars you just didn't fool with. Very fast. This one, matching numbers 455 and a 4-speed. And the beautiful Saturn yellow paint. You get 2 colors that year, Saturn yellow, Apollo white, black interior. And this is the 39th of them built in 1970.
Sold 180 pounds.
How about that? $180,000. You know, the funny thing is, our top seller yesterday was 190. That doesn't get you in the top 10 today. And that doesn't either at 180, obviously. So big money and a great car. But boy, that tells you what kind of a day it has been today.
That was that 73 911S, I believe.
Yeah, it was yesterday, right?
These cars make me feel worthless. Man.
Well, you're not. We know that.
Oh, thanks. Don't try to make up.
Oh, look at the bling in the engine room here. This 57 Chevy pickup. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, how many man hours went into that engine? Yep, it's a 57 3100. Red on red. Ramjet 350 right out of a crate, 700 R4 automatic. Oh, baby. Look at the bed on that pickup. Beautiful oak bed floor, those stainless rub strips. Sometimes they call those bed strips. It has all different names for those. Saw the leather interior. And right now we are bidding at an exceptionally undervalued price for this pickup truck. Let's see if things pick up here, but wow. 4-link rear suspension with airbags, powder-coated chassis.
It's a beautiful build, Bill. The interior to me is really what makes this one so cool. It's just really subtle, but it's still red, matching like the louvers on the tailgate.
Yeah, look at the way they've done the Chevy logo in louvers on the tailgate. That's very cool.
Pretty awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, full tilt custom, guys.
And again, we've said it a bunch. I'll say it again. Texas understands wheel fitment, how to get the offsets right to really tell the story of some vehicles, and this is another great example of that.
So 62,500.
Okay, 62.5. Just bought that pickup truck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We need to take a break, and when we come back, that car, potential top seller of the weekend, will be on the block. We are back in Fort Worth. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, and a whole host of impressive automobiles, as we have seen all day long. Hope you've been with us for the majority of the day today, ever since noon Eastern. A little bit more time to cover some big cars, including this 58 Impala at 180.
Well, if you want a 58 Chevy Impala that's worth almost $200,000, make sure it looks like this. Of course, 58 was the first year for the Chevy Impala, and this has the engine that makes it more valuable, the 348 with tri-power, 280 horse, 1 repaint in this original coral color. With a Power Glide automatic, extras, yep, got the traffic light viewer, the reflector that shows you what that overhead traffic light is doing, radio with a rear speaker, dual antennas, and yes, it is a $200,000 Impala.
Wow. Okay, here comes the 2006 Ford GT, the second one of the day, and will it unseat the other one at the top of our list of valuable cars today? We shall find out momentarily. 879 miles and 3 of the 4 options available in 2006. We're already at 4 450. So the minute the reserve comes off, we've got a new number one, man.
Up, up, up she goes. So obviously the options are not really that important to someone who's bidding this much money for this Ford GT.
It's all about the miles.
Yeah.
You know, with the sound of this engine, you don't really need that Macintosh system in there.
Mid-engine car, you hear all the good stuff right behind you.
Yeah, the funny thing is you drive a car like this, it will oddly make you a little bit sleepy after a while, because I think the adrenaline of driving it eventually catches up to be like, oh, all I'm hearing is the engine, and then it will slowly kind of just, it's so weird what can happen in some of these cars, but what an incredible ride, and we've just watched these grow in value over the years. And I thought for a little while when the new GT came out, okay, we'll see a dip in the original ones. That was like maybe 5 days, and then it went right back up.
Yeah, it softened just a little bit for a time, but man, these low mileage or lower mileage cars have always been premium dollars.
Yeah,
look at
especially
that. We go reserves off at $575.
I was going to say the Gulf liveries never softened at all. Those were always holding their values, but they're all catching up now.
Yeah, those heritage cars very much in demand. And just to refresh your memory, in 2006, MSRP about $160,000 all in.
There it is, folks. Your new #1 seller today in Dallas-Fort Worth. $575,000. What a car.
That was the same guy, I think, that bought the Nova for about $250,000, right?
I think it was. Yeah.
I remember that plaid anywhere.
He is stocking his collection. Yes. Well done, sir.
That's right. Like some silver, like some fast.
I think his shirt, they made the inserts on one of those Camaro seats with it.
That's right.
Hey, let's take a look at the next car while we have an opportunity. It is a 1953 Cadillac, a Series 62 convertible.
Yeah, this is not the Eldorado. If it were, this would have been one of those Motorama cars, but it is a 62 series Cadillac, 331, V8, 4-barrel carburetor, and an automatic transmission. Boy, back in 1953, the Cadillacs, they would just drown you with power accessories. The windows, it says power steering, of course. Push button, AM radio. Leather upholstery as well. That was available.
61 down, 62 down, 61, 62, 61 down.
These are so beautiful. I mean, it is a rolling work of art. It's massive, Chris, but just the style. You see why they were always at the top of the charts.
Rolling art.
Yeah, give credit to Harley Earl's Art and Color Studio at General Motors. They were given the marching orders of the man at the top. Do not scrimp on styling or luxury or comfort and convenience features. Got to be the best of the best.
So, $61,000.
Okay, $61,000 for that Cadillac. Speaking of the best, thank you, Bill. Terrific segue to our top selling cars of this Saturday at Mecum, Dallas-Fort Worth. We'll start with that amazing 1963 Corvette split window coupe Z06 N03 tuxedo black, all black, 360 horse 327 with a 4-speed, rare car indeed, and it brought the money, $380,000. And a pair of Ford GTs lead the way today. This one with only one of the options from 2006, 11,000 miles and change, brought $440,000 earlier. And you just saw this one, the 3-option tungsten 2006 Ford GT with the all-important odometer reading 879 miles. And it brought $575,000. And that is far and away our #1 seller today here at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Here's a look at the top 5, and that's a pretty good mix, huh?
Oh, man, how many millions of dollars are we looking at? And boy, that top spot, there was some stiff competition. to get to #1 with a bullet, and it was that Ford GT that did it.
Yes, indeed. They rang the bell today in a big way. Don't look now, but there's a Viper in the house, a 97 GTS Coupe, Bill.
Yep, this is a pretty special one from TNT Motorsports. It's what they call their Serpent SSS version, serial number 8. Has that V10, the 8-liter V10. They've tweaked it up a little bit, 6-speed manual transmission, as all Vipers had. And that classic paint job, the Viper blue and the stone white stripes and the American Club Racer wing on the back.
Ooh, what do you got, 41, 42?
The bid goes on.
42,
well, nope.
43.
They're still going at it on this car.
42, 43.
And that's sort of in the market correct category because it does have over 26,000 miles on the odometer. So if that's the actual mileage of this Viper, that's kind of what happens when you take a look at what their market value is.
42, 43. Yeah, 42, 43. 43, pound down and out, 42, 43. Reserve. 42, 43, pound down, 300. 42, 43, pound down, 300, down, down, down. 42, $10.
You got it, 42. Congratulations. You got it.
42,000 when all is said and done. That's not a bad number for a 97 GTS Coupe, yeah.
Not at all. And the first time you push that throttle, it's worth every cent of that. Those cars are just so much fun to drive.
Well said.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, 2018 SRT Demon. Brother Jacobs?
Oh my goodness, this thing's been touched upon. 1,200 horsepower. I mean, you're starting out with 840 from the factory, Bill. I know that they strengthened that cam. Is that right? That's what's hopping it up?
Yeah, it's been cammed up. Other improvements as well is the tune that they put in to the computer on this car as well that'll really jack up the horsepower. My good friend Coulter Dane at Prolific Performance down in Branford, Connecticut, watches the auction all the time, and you know, whenever he sees one of these cars, I know what's going through his head. He put 1,000 horsepower in my Hemi Jeep, and it's probably a lot of the things that he does went into this one right here.
Would love to get that on the track. Wow.
Oh, look out. And at least it looks like it's got the rubber that'll handle it too.
I just don't think I can ever own one. I would be so unkind to every person on the road. Anybody that frustrates you, you just put your foot down, you'd never see him again.
Mr. Wood, I have seen several episodes of Top Gear where you've had some pretty radical machines under your butt.
It's true.
Yeah.
You're busted.
Well, our final car of the day today, we're going to catch as much of it as we can for you. 1970 Corvette LT1, the first one we've had all weekend, I think, Bill. Can you believe that?
You're right, yeah. And this is the one to have, 1970. This is the highest horsepower output for that series of LT1s between 1970 and 1972. 370 out of that 350 cube LT1 small block. And got that close ratio M21 Muncie. And 411 gears. Ooh, that'll chirp.
$75,000. That is going to be the high bid. A very, very interesting color combination. Loving that. And $75,000. So somebody might want to take advantage and get in line over at the Bid Goes On desk to take care of that. Guys and gals, it's been a lot of fun. And let's do it again here in a couple of weeks. What do you say about that? We thank you folks at home, too, for being a part of our very first trip to Fort Worth, Texas and Dickies Arena over the last 3 days. Don't forget that each one of our shows will be available starting next Thursday on Mecum's YouTube channel. And also want to alert you about some upcoming programs on Mecum TV. The Larry's Legacy auction from the Claremont Museum in Chicago premieres next Tuesday, November 4th at 8 p.m. And then a preview dedicated to the Ferrari 250 GTO, the Bianco Speciale, premieres next Thursday, November 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern. We are already looking forward to our next chance to get together with you just 2 weeks away in Las Vegas. Our coverage starts Friday, November 14th here on ESPN+. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta, Rutledge Wood, I'm Scott Hoke. So long from DFW.
$440,000.